Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up, everybody? What is up with everybody? What up, what up, what up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know it's Friday. As usual, technical difficulties right in the middle of starting up. Computer want to go ahead and do a damn update right in the middle trying to get things started. But at least we're here. Hey, before I get started tonight, hold on one second. Where my books at? Let me get this out the way right quick. These books right here, these schoolboys books, you know, family bred and raised. This one here, and this one here is Dogmans and Bloodline by Richard Schoolboy Garcia. These books right here, first of all, they well put together. Hardback, well put together books. But what I like about them, and the reason I bring them up, because, I talk a lot, over here we talk a lot about the history of the game. And we kind of give you our point of view on it. And you're going to find a lot of history in that. And then again, you got Pat Bill's. Pat Bill has an edition. Now, I know he has a USB where he has all the American game, Dog Times books. A lot of history in them books, a lot of good reading, a lot of stories, a lot of interviews. To me, history is a must to get a better understanding when we start having these type of conversations, because these are different point of views from people who were involved in the community, to where they would had a platform to present their own opinions. And I think that's very important, because, when you're doing your own research, you get a chance to put your own way of thinking on what you've read and how you interpret what you're reading. And I think that's very important, because just to have a conversation and not know what you're talking about is benign to me. I always feel like when we're talking about the history and some parts, you have some idea of what we're talking about, you get a better insight of understanding our point of view and then other people's point of views on how they felt about it, because it leads to good conversation. The quality of the dogs over a time period, for me, it's like, that's a hard conversation, even being as old as we are. And just keep in mind, I think we were in our early 20s when we got into it. Think about all the dogs in the Dog Man prior to 1982. Look at all the dogs. I mean, we weren't even a part of the 70s. In 1979, we were just graduating high school. So you look all the way back at all the great dogs prior to us even looking at dogs. I mean, the American Pit Bull Terrier, anyway. A lot of history then. So understanding, even though we were like the newbies in the game in the early 80s, we had the opportunity to grow up in the 80s into the American Pit Bull Terrier game. So for all you young guys that got in, in the late 90s or the early 2000s, it's just like us coming in the early 80s and having, the opportunity to watch and be a part of something through the 80s, the 90s, and the mid 2000s. That's a lot of bulldog and a lot of things that changed over them years. And for us, it's kind of like, yeah, we could have a good conversation based on our experience and our knowledge, because Look at how much time we had in it. Look at all the dogs that we didn't get a chance to see, that was hanging out doing, you know, the things that they was doing in the 70s and late 70s. That these dogs were still living, in the early 80s. That, you know, there was a lot of great dogs in the early 80s. A lot of great dogs that had a lot to do with the dogs that we still talk about today. A lot of them. And then you talk about the 90s where, you coming out of the 80s. For us, yeah, we could feel the change because it was a change. It was a hell of a change. Things were moving a lot faster than what they were coming out of the 80s. And I remember we've already had 8 years in the game going into the 90s. So being able to experience everything through the 80s and then watching the big boom in the 90s was a great experience, because not only did we get a chance to see a lot of great dogs that were, at the beginning of, when you look back on it now, it's like these are historical dogs in the now, but they were just normal dogs that were just hitting the scene back in the early 90s. They were just regular dogs. But these regular dogs weren't really just regular dogs, because they were coming off dogs from the 80s. And understanding the dogs of the 80s, them dogs were just coming off the dogs that was coming out of the 70s. So when you start talking about the quality of the dog, and did the dog get better? I mean, for me, I just think I can't tell you that the dogs got better, because for us it was like that was the norm. If it was popping and popular in the 70s, everybody was talking about it in the early 80s. You was trying to get that on your, that's what you was trying to get your hands on. By you get time you get through all them 80s and all them dogs, by the time the 90s came, you was trying to get everything that was in the 80s popular on your yard in the 90s. And that part right there, you can't really grade the quality of the dogs, because as that time went on, the popularity of the dogs was changing. The popularity of the game was changing, to the point that the laws start changing. The things that people, the more people that you have gravitating to the community, the more dogs that got out there. The more the competition got stiffer. Because now you just don't have a couple people trying to create something good. You had many people trying to create what was good. A lot of the dogs were, if you read some of the books and you read the history and you follow the American Game Dog Times from the dates and how things and how the magazines were changing. You follow the journal from from the late 70s, and then looked what it looked like throughout the 80s, and then watch what started happening in the 90s. Look at the advertisement, look at the stories, look at the names of the people who were telling the stories. That by the time the 2000s hit, it was just a full-blown, catastrophe, because it was just basically what I considered got way out of hand. Because remember, in 1999, there was a lot of bulldogging going on. A lot. A lot of great dogs were actually created in the 90s. That didn't have anything to do with were the dogs of the 90s better than the 80s, because you had a lot more people doing dogs in the 90s. And it would have been worse in the 2000s if You know, the law hadn't been cracking down the way it was, and people's yards being taken, and you know, you hear the big name people catching cases and getting their dogs taken and all kind of crazy. That kind of changed the whole outlook of why the 2000s it turned out to be the way it started early, and it went into full effect by 2000. I think 2008, because I think by 2008, you know, with the journals and American Game Dog Times, you know, they had pretty much depleted. But prior to that, you know, you had Velvet and Steel, you had Frank Rocker's book, you had California Jack. I mean, you had so much information that was out there. Of course, the game was going to change. And when I hear people say the dogs of this time period was better than the dogs of a certain time period, keep in mind what I just said. The more people who got the dogs, the stiffer the competition got. So it wasn't really about the quality of the dog. It actually became the quality of the competition. And that is what was changing. The dogs were going to always be them dogs, y'all. You know, I'm not going to tell you Kobe had shitty dogs. I'm not going to say Tudor had shitty dogs compared to everybody else. If you know their history, it was a combination of what everybody was doing and creating different dogs, and them dogs wouldn't be talked about if they weren't doing what they were doing. So it wasn't about the quality of the dog. It was the amount of people who started become competitive with the dogs is when you start actually looking at the quality of the dog. Because the quality of the dog was going to be always going to be based on who was using what. You know, it's about who was using what. How are you judging that? The competition. So remember, we have been through this on many shows. There was a time Eli Dogs was about that life. The Bolio dogs, the Bulls dogs, the Eli dogs. I mean, the Red Boy dogs, the Red Boy Jackal dogs, the Jeep dog. Remember, all of that was all based on competition. There wasn't nothing to see two Eli dogs going into each other. And it just Boyle's dogs going into each other. That just not, I mean, the quality of the dog, for me, was always going to be based off the competition. And who was using what to make that competition stiff. That's why, you know, I talk about the books. Because the books, if you just want to be a historian, the books will help you understand a lot about why this game took the direction it went. Because you'll notice everybody had a dog. And most of them books that you're going to be reading about, you're going to be reading about great dogs and the great dog men behind the dog. And remember, in order for to be a winner, there had to be losers. That has always been a part of the game. Where there's a winner, there has to be a loser. Does that take away from the quality? No. Because the quality of the dog was always going to be the quality of the win. And that's what created, you know, that's where we get the fast lane. Because for us, the fast lane was a lane when you got outside the norm. You got outside your comfortability zone that you wanted to get into them guys who had the good dogs, the guys who were very competitive. Regardless, it wasn't about just one dog. They had many competitive dogs. And you wanted to be on that level to go into them people, because ain't that how you grade you know your team? You know, You want to go against the best just to see where you at in whatever you're doing, whether it's football, basketball, wrestling. You step up you step up the quality of the competition, just to see where you at. Boxing, everybody does it. The UFC, you step up you don't go from the bottom and just find yourself running up in there against a undefeated champion, unless you know, I just never seen it happen. But the quality of everything was always going to be based off of that grading point. So, again, the quality of the dog for me, the question I was asking for me is, can you grade the quality of the dog without competition? Because coming from the era that we come from, and most of these historians and these books that you read, we wouldn't be talking about them, and they wouldn't even be in them books if they wasn't worthy of being talked about. And it was all about the competition. When you take the dog part of it and start talking about the quality of the competition, that's a different story. I'm talking. That question was basically of grading the dog without the competition. But think about how much the competition had to do with the quality of the dog, because they went hand in hand. And the books, whether it be the American Game Dog Times, the books that Schoolboy wrote, Frank Rocker, uh, Crenshaw, um, Velvet and Steel book, the California Jack books. I'm just a historian of the game. I'm not as good as Mo, but I love reading the books. That's why I put the books out there to you, because I just feel like it's necessary. Hey, tighten up on your history. If you tighten up on your history and you're trying to move forward, you'll always see it's never really been about the dog. The dog wasn't worthy of talking about unless he had the wins, or he could produce the winners. And how do you get winners? Like I said, where you're going to have winners, you're going to have losers. That was a grading standard at the time. Times moving forward, you got to pick another way to figure that competition part out. But remember, we back here speaking about way back then. Because I don't know what you do moving forward. But understanding when you're talking about the game American Pit Bull Terrier, it was all about the competition. And the quality of the competition made you look at the dogs a lot different compared to the dogs that you might have been running around with in the neighborhood. Because we used to be the neighborhood. What made you come out the neighborhood? Because you felt comfortable about the quality of your dog. You want to step up your game to see if you really got some real dogs? You step up your competition. That's just how that works. So understanding that, feel me where I'm coming from. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Again, let me give my shout outs to all my people out there on the back street. Let me give my big shout outs to all my people that's in the house tonight. I know Double M Desbo. Desbo was up in here. My list done got long, but I know I seen him up in there first. Big shout out to him. And hey, don't forget to take the poll, because this is not a right or wrong answer. Just like to know where your head at. All I'm giving you is my opinion. Before we got started on the show, and while this thing was doing what it was doing, I was noticing the poll. And again, we're never going to have 100%, but sometimes it pays to know and discuss the way certain people feel about it. So depending on what I'm reading in the chat determines if I want to, to put the phone number out there. because we always say somebody to call in, but they never call in, and that's why I stopped putting the number out, and I pay a little bit more closer to the chat, the Shark Tank. Let me give a big shout out to my man, Insane Honey Badger. Yo, I see you, fam. Barn Dog, I see you, fam. My man Johnny Rocket, what up, fam? Chico Nicholas, representing the D, I see you, fam. My man Little Rock in the house, what up, fam? The Swamp Nest Monster, a.k.a. Melee, what up, fam? The Mad Doctor, I see you, fam. Longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. Dickie Foster, what up, fam? Let me see here. Yo, my man K-Walk, what up, fam? KBK, what up, fam? RBG Lone Wolf, I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Dennis Oliver. Big Saw, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. King James. What up, fam? T Draper 3344. What up, fam? Representing the Bama. In the wood, 456. I see you, fam. Bloodthirst, a.k.a. number one. Havoc 360. What up, fam? Let's see. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Murk Dog. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. James Jones. What up, fam? Big shout out to my nephew out there, Red Bobby. What up, fam? Bo and them. What up, fam? Big shout out to Phone and them. He says, sounds like it's about to be a great show tonight. I hear you, fam. Pit Dog. Simplify. What up, bruh? Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button again. It's Hot Mic Friday. Red Boy Rasco, I see you, fam. Let me get back in here because a certain person just now trying to get his stuff together. Hey, look. Remember what I told y'all now? Remember what I told y'all? Books, information, except for good conversation. Because a lot of the things that we talk about here, you know, it may have been in the past. But in the same token, a lot of the names, when we start talking about Jeep, Red Boy, Jocko, I hear people talking about Eli, Kobe, dogs. I mean, Boyles dogs, Bolio. Them just a group of breeds, man. Think about all the men out there. I mean, all the many men out there who don't get that recognition that's necessary, like the Divines to me. You know, we all talk about Mountain Man, but do y'all ever really, you know, stop and think about like the Divines and then the Hetrick dogs? You know, you remember I told y'all about old Perry Powell and James Pope. You know, those are old school people, but and maybe because we know them, you know, y'all really don't know the importance of some of the things that they had in the game. Big shout out to my man Chico Nicholas coming in showing his love with a 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. You know, like even the old Cheryl Powell. You know, I don't even know. I mean, I'm pretty sure. You know, I don't know if he really knew before he died. how that brother sister breeding turned out, you know. But even for us to even know we was there when he made the breeding, we were there when he sent them dogs off. But to find him in Tornado's papers, just to know without him there wouldn't have been a Tornado, double grand champion Tornado. But I never knew if he knew that when he passed. But it would have been, for me, it'd have been something nice, that he could put in, that little checklist that he had, in his dog career, because he would have something to talk about. There's a whole lot of that out there, fellas. And some of us had that bug just a little bit more detrimental to the game than others. Some people just used to just like, oh, pal, he just like putting things together and putting them out there like in people like our hands, or putting them in, shipping them off to other places where he knew that they was going to be taking care of their business, because remember, he's still a sheriff. He couldn't do the things that we was doing. So at least he would put his creations together and put them in the right people's hands. There were many people like that out there. And if you just go through and look at some of them pedigrees, and Mobile do a lot of pedigrees, and you hear him see them unusual names, and he be like, now he must have knew what he was doing, because I would want, you'd be asking yourself, why did he take that dog to breed to that dog? What was on his mind and why he picked that dog? Because there was a lot of that going on. But just without you understanding the history, those are just names. But you can't forget those people's names that you see, because without the people that's in the pedigree, the dog really wouldn't existed. And you can't say, oh, the dog would have been all that without the people, because that's not the facts. The facts is the dog turned out and they're in that pedigree. So that plays a lot into not just the competition, but the quality of the dog because of the competition. Because a lot of these guys that were putting that shit together, they was putting it together and putting it in people's hands, and it was up for the people who were indulging in the competition to see if their ingredients worked. And I think that's had a whole lot to do with the history of the game. And I don't know how that works moving forward. But then again, you got to have the right dog. And the only way you're going to ever find out if the dog is worthy of even being talked about, regardless if it's running up a wall or running a treadmill, competition is what's going to set you apart from everything else that's out there moving. Because that's the way this game worked. And I'm just speaking of the past. That's just the way the game worked. So it's up to you guys to figure that out. I just put that this conversation out there because I think it's kind of needed, because I still hear people talking about the old guys. No. It's not good to talk about the old guys because the name still ain't changed. I'm still hearing people talk about Eli. Do you know how many Eli dogs have been, that name should have changed a long time ago. I mean, we at least give Jeep his credit because Jeep is still an Eli dog. I mean, if you think about it, but it was so many other Eli dogs that can competition be graded just based off that one dog? We say red boy. We say yellow. These things, if you understand the history, there were many other dogs off of red boy that were good dogs. But then when you go find them other good dogs off of red boy, take a look at the owner. Find out who owned that other dog. and then look at the competition. That's is where, I think the game changed that. Because there was a time, like I said, in the 90s, 80s was, 70s set the mark for what happened in the 80s. But because of the popularity is why the 90s took off the way it did. Because the popularity and the fact that coming out of them 80s, there was a whole lot of damn good dogs. And the only way the people was getting their hands on them good dogs and putting in that work, because everybody was trying to gain that competition level, because everybody was trying to level up. It wasn't about just seeing what was in the neighborhood. It really came to a point that you had to level up. And to level up, you were going to have a winner or a loser. And that is what competition is all about. You ready, Mo? Okay, let's do it. All right, here you go. I'm out of here. I'm sitting there. Take my time. So what up, everybody? I'm here. What's up, fellas? Ladies and gents. Right with y'all here in just a second. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we talking about the old stuff again. What's going hard at? This over here. Look at the mouse over here. Okay, we almost there, guys. We're almost there. First thing I'm gonna come in with is conversation. Conversation we start off with is when we talk about, everybody talk about the old days, and how, basically they was washed up compared to today's dog standards. I be laughing at them. I think y'all be trying to get rid of the old guys because y'all can't stand the standards and can't keep up because y'all don't fit the same category. Not taking nothing away from you guys, but there's nothing new about y'all trying to take over what was already done in the old days. As a matter of fact, I think you fell off. Y'all gonna really get mad when I start pointing out issues and pointers. I was checking out, hanging out, watching J-Bo, and they was talking about are the
dogs that are old better than the dogs that are new. Well, how can you judge such a thing if you take a closer look? The comparability is a little off. Just a little off about how we're going to compare that, because you really can't. You know? You really can't. Because there's different things under the equation. Okay? Let's point it out. Okay, dogs of today, I would have to say, not knowing, unless you got goggles on, you know, you need to have them night visions to understand this. So let's just get on the bus and let's go figure it out. So we get on the bus and then we'll go back in my time. It's safer looking from back here, looking up, than it is y'all looking, you know, up here and hanging out. You know what I'm saying? We have to do that from the back to get a full understanding. And what I mean by that is, what are the categories are we going to make these judgments on? You know what I'm saying? Here's the noun. We ain't talking about the now, but you know. And then we had the then. Okay. Then, you know, back then, you know, there was a lot more going on than it is now. Okay? See, back then, you know, I'll put it like this. I can't talk about backyard dog matches because I've never been involved in them. You know, the things that I was running around with was nothing close to being, you know, backyard. You know, there wasn't too many backyard dogs, you know, creeping out there on the fast lane and making a name for itself. You know, you just can't really pull one up that started out a yard dog or a local dog that turned into a famous bulldog, you know, that wasn't already out there. You know what I'm saying? The guys that we have bought through the show, like Mama, you know, Triple M. You know, there's just so many other ones. They all were, you know, to me, fast lane dog men. I mean, you see they champions and they grand champions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And the level that they were on, they wasn't nowhere close to backyarders. These dogs that they were matching into weren't backyard dogs. Okay, these weren't backyard kennels. Satan wasn't a backyard dog. How you gonna be a backyard dog? Huh? I mean, how you gonna be a backyard dog if you was winning in 5 different states? These are points. You know, a lot of these guys that I'm talking about, they was never backyard dogs because in the backyard, you know, these dogs had major kennels that was doing the same thing that they was doing. You know, that's what I was talking about when I say it wasn't hard for guys to see a good dog and jump on the bandwagon with that dog. You know, we could be all in the same neighborhood, and yet everybody's standing behind this dog. Why? Maybe because we either watched the dog be in school coming up, or we lost to the dog. Either way, these dogs picked up following. If you're a gambler, you would be kind of smart to do that. You know, there was a lot of that going on. A lot of jumping on dog's bandwagon and following this dog around the country, betting with the dog. Then you have major kennels that like I said, we're 90% winners that had a hell of a following. You know? I would have to say, I say 90%ers, so that's giving you a 10% gap of losing your money if you betting with them. But come on, I'll take 90% winning any day, and swear to God, I won't be crying over that 10% that I might lose. You know, and we had a lot of 90%ers out there. And if you were good enough and you had the right glasses on and the right information, like the journal, this is how a lot of those great matches got hooked up. And why a lot of those matches, you know, turned into real heavy purses. Because, you know, you had followings. You know, there's a couple guys that I would follow all over the world. I could follow around the world, but there was a lot of guys that I did follow. You notice they're all around. I mean, from Ohio to New York, Pittsburgh, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. I followed a lot of them. And it wasn't just the dogs, it was the kennels. Okay? Now, I'm going to go through a little quick survey here. I was showing Mike before I get started. Y'all know when I start putting on the glasses, all hell get ready to break loose. You know, I'm ready to put on the glasses. I know some of y'all might be on Facebook talking about me tomorrow. Because y'all know how y'all like to throw us under the bus and make it sound like y'all almighty. Y'all done did so damn much. Well, guess what? I'm ready to put another hole in your tires. Flatten you out. Because you want to get rid of it, but I'm just going to keep it real with you. You want to get rid of it because you know you can't match what was back then. Y'all can't. It's not nothing that you're doing wrong. It's not nothing that you're doing wrong. It's not your dogs. It's your competition. You know, I can show you where, you know, how can you find growth doing it your way? And then talk about the way it was done when there was so much growth going on. That if it don't be for the growth that was going on, you would not even be talked about now. Seriously. Y'all wouldn't have these pedigrees that y'all putting together. You know, y'all generations would start way back there in 1982. Y'all be bragging about y'all shit right now, going way back to 1982. Yeah, my line is, okay, come on now. Y'all do that right now. How many of y'all got a line of dogs right now? You can't go no further than 2000 and maybe 6 or 8. Before, 20 years back to make your pedigree look like it looks. You know what I'm saying? We can go in and start snatching out what we can find. Remember, everything's fictional. We're not going to make great witnesses. We don't know much about the now. So what we talk about, we really don't know who, when, and where. We're just going to go on the information that we got now. And we're going to go on that fact because it's educational, historical, innocent, and it's entertainment. So let's go play a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And let's go analyze. Analyze it. Okay? Now, the first thing I wanted to bring up was you heard Mike talking about the 80s. The 80s was the fuel. It really did start, to me, in the 80s. And it really didn't really start in the 80s. I think it started right around about 86, 87. You know what I mean? When, Ricky Jones is around, Kenny Gaines, you start seeing Ollie Stevens dipping out a little more. You Mr. Hargrove running around. Remember, these is old school dog men. They seeing the growth because the growth is coming out of the producers of these dogs. Remember, when I said Ozzy was playing with his own line. When I said Kenny Allen was playing with his own little line of dogs. You know what I'm saying? When I say Ricky Jones is playing around with his own little set of line of dogs. Gaines and Company, they had their little line of dogs. You know what I'm saying? Roadblock. They was coming in during that time. Even the Abrahams, they was in the late 80s. They was in the late 80s. They was on that list. Havana Boys on that list. Schoolboy now on that list. STP on that list. These was like the 80s, 89. We had Captain America, Andre Giroux, Buffalo Soldier. You know what I'm saying? We was young coming in. Atlas Brewer was still matching dogs. James Edward was still matching dogs. Shoot, Snake Man and them still matching dogs. You know what I mean? Going into the 80s. But see, what happened as we squeezed into the 90s, I can tell you over half of them great names I just named started falling off. We still had Kenny Allen. We still had Ricky Jones. We still had Ivy Stevens. We still had Fat Bill. No, Fat Bill was really just coming into his own by then. You know what I mean? But you started losing people like Atlas. You know what I'm saying? You started losing those old time great ones. Barney Five and them, they started checking out. Because the matches weren't easy as they used to be. There was a whole lot going on. And what was changing? What was really changing? Let me tell you what it was. More dogs going down. Anytime you have more something, when I say more something, that means you pairing up a whole bunch of this. One corner, other corner. Got a whole bunch of that going back and forth. A whole lot more than what you was doing in the 80s. Y'all was juicing in the 80s. But it started gathering steam. Why? Because you had Kenny Allen throwing big shows. You had Ricky Jones throwing big shows. And all of a sudden you got Detroit throwing big shows. You got New York throwing big shows. You got Puerto Rico throwing big shows. When I say big shows, you have them 4 or 5 dogs on the card. Sometimes you start on Friday and don't get done on Sunday, like Ricky Jones. So the game had a lot more going into it. I mean, it really started evolving into an explosive thing going into the 90s. So if we would just sit there and say, in the early 80s, coming out of the 70s when you had Jeep, and you got all them little mates off of Jeep coming out, you got all them dogs coming off of Andre Giroux and them coming out. You got all that old stuff, Rascal and Snooty and, you know what I mean? All these old dogs, old dog men, they're not just going into each other, in the neighborhood or around the corner or, even when we say these old men going into each other, we're not talking about old dog men that didn't have great dogs. I mean, they were all recognized dog men in their own right. In their own right. I mean, just because they might have been around the corner from you, you got Maurice Carver wasn't living too far from Earl Tudor, evidently. Well, shoot, he can go hang a dog on Earl's yard, or Maurice can go sneak on Earl's yard and breed a couple shits on him, without him knowing about it. That kind of stuff. But we're looking at the type of dog man we're talking about. ain't just old normal guys running around in the neighborhood thinking they got hood famous dogs. You know, them in themselves were high quality dog men living in the same area. Who didn't have those type of dog men in your area? You know, some of them just raised a little higher than the other ones because the only way you can raise yourself higher is to intensify the competition. You know, you can stay at home and win all day. If you got that competition, be able to stay at home and still have credible dogs. Because you can be a winner at home. And a lot of guys just didn't start wanting winners at home. You know why? Because there were so many guys leaving home because they couldn't get on. See, that was the first stigma. It's easy to beat up home, but you start doing too much of that, you're going to gather a following and there ain't going to be nobody for you to jump on. And a lot of these real good dogs had no other choice but to venture out. Open up the door, I would say. You know what I mean? Because there's always been sharks out there. You know, that's what I called them back then. Kennels like Mau, kennels like Hardcore, kennels like Stone City, kennels like Going Hard, kennels like Abraham's. You know what I'm saying? These were kennels that had outgrown the neighborhoods, are going into each other. That the level had elevated to the point where there wasn't nobody at home. Everybody was trying to get on, and they knew they couldn't get on at home. So they had to venture out. You know, once you start venturing out, I think it started happening like in an explosive way where didn't nobody want to do nothing at home no more. Because the competition of being a great dog man or to have a great dog wasn't found at home no more. There was too many guys taking their dogs out and learning a hard lesson about the difference between at home and what was really going on. You know, too many people started feeling that wrath. You know, remember my stories of the guys that can literally sit there and tell you, you know, when they first went out there, twin, I got one. I got one, man, I'm telling you, I got one. Man, I said, man, that's a different game than what you've been playing around here. Nah, man, I know this one's the one. I know this one's the one. And get out there thinking they know exactly what they're talking about and just get out there and get wiped out with the quickness of like, what the hell was that they put on my shit? See, there's a difference in what you were seeing at home compared to what happened when you left home. There's been a few of those stories coming out my mouth. You know, I can pull up about 4 good friends that they swore up and down. You know what I'm saying? They swore up and down. Yeah, he wasn't the hype that I claimed it was. You know, you think you see what you see. But I'm telling you, you're not seeing what I see. But you want to see though. So let's go. And all it did is made them better dog men. Because your mind can't grow if you're stuck on seeing one thing. You're going to think that's the best thing out there until you find out there was something way better. And a couple of these guys had to go out there to find out that what you thought you saw was good for you. But if you want to play on that level right there, it ain't good enough for them. Because you can't win with that shit. And that was the whole purpose of them learning to get better. Because they definitely got better. They learned that they understood real fast what it took. And it wasn't what they thought it was. A lot of that happens on all these things. We wouldn't have champions going into champions and grand champions going into grand champions if we didn't feel like these were not good enough. Some of this competition was just what it was. It wasn't safe to be running around bragging on your dog, especially if you just came out the block and you done perked up some ears. What? Huh? Yeah. You find out, man, you don't want to go that route, bro. Twin, I'm telling you, man, I'm ready. And they go out there and they put their heart and soul. I mean, nothing wrong with their keeps, because they put their all in it. And the whole time they calling me, whole time, Twin. I'm telling you, man, they looking good, man. Watch me, I'm going to show you, Twin. I'm going to show you, okay? Okay. Okay. And there's been a couple of those, man, that they'll come back and tell you, man, Twin was right. Don't ever think there ain't levels to this shit. What you doing at home, your dog is only good at what you got around you. That's all. Your dog is only good as what you got around you. Maybe your dog is good as everything around you because ain't nothing around you better. Y'all level of dogs ain't at that level. But it's a good level to brag about around y'all. But that's just as good as y'all area, that's all. But what happens when you go and find out that it wasn't what you thought it was when you stepped out of that area? Or one of them sharks caught wind of your ass and came into your area and set up camp. We had a lot of those. You understand? We don't run for money when there's money to be got. Oh yeah, all y'all can get some get back. Y'all want to come back? Oh, we'd be glad to come back. Yes, sir. Why would we run? No, we coming back. Why do we gotta run? We're not gonna run from you. That's a money pack right there. We'll suck that place dry. We'll make sure when we get out of there, because there's nothing else there. Nobody else want to go into, nobody coming in and out of town. They want to go back to their old way with their dogs where, you know what I'm saying? Because when you get those sharks coming through there, we'll clean out a whole neighborhood of yard dogs. And dump a whole bunch of change out y'all pockets while we doing it. That was what was really literally going on. But you couldn't go up in Detroit with that attitude. Ohio had to go outside of Ohio, and we went up in Detroit with that attitude, and we could hang with Detroit. Then Detroit got around, and then they started hanging out there, running all up to New York, running over there to Chicago, running down into the South. A lot of those great dogs, Ram, and all them boys. You already heard me name them. You heard me naming them. Those wasn't hood backyard dog men. Two colors, they weren't backyard dog men. I mean, the caliber of dogs was just in Detroit area alone. The caliber, you could not compare that caliber to nothing that was going on down there in South Carolina and North Carolina. No, you can't. Because when we spreaded our rings and started running down through them areas, we was knocking their asses in the dirt too. I was on a couple of those trips. I lost one match going down through them Carolinas, and that was to Crossroads. But they had good dogs. They definitely had good dogs for that area. But what happened? The door opened and the travelers start coming in and dogs start getting knocked off. I mean, David Tant is a prime example of somebody always trying to represent his place. David Tant was definitely a South Carolina dog man because he was determined to not let Yellow's name with everybody that had yellow dogs from Hardcore, Stone City, Southern Kennels. There was, a lot of yellow was out here down in Florida. South Carolina wasn't the yellow capital of the world because a lot of these great dogs we talking about came off of yellow definitely wasn't in North Carolina or South Carolina now. A lot of the kennels winning with those yellow dogs was nowhere in South Carolina. Sorry. You don't want me to go through a show and show you, facts. People don't like the facts. And then the shit that there was blowing up in the South Carolinas and the North Carolina area was definitely pitted in on certain dog men. It wasn't nothing like Detroit. And I'm talking about the whole state. Not taking nothing away from you. I'm just being honest. And if you think I'm bullshitting, I give you a chance to debate it out. Because, the proof is in the pudding. Okay? So let's I just want to show you the math. It's not about the quality of the dog. It's all in the math. The math. Okay? Look at this. Okay, this is 2002. This is the Book of Champions of 2002. Now, I want y'all can see that, right? I'm going to try to make it bigger so we can get a little. Is that clear enough? It is. You can see it. Okay. How's that? Okay, we're going to do it like this right here. I'm going to try to, what I'm doing, I'm not picking out matches. What I'm pointing out is how many of these dogs, how many of these we going to see in this 1 year. Okay? Just in 1 year. All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to try to move this forward so we can move it down. I'm just doing up pages, okay? I'm running pages. I'm just doing pages. Matter of fact, I'm going to go up here and just make it like so I can just run through them a lot quicker. How we'll do it that way. Okay? We ain't going to go, we're not talking about Pacific dogs. I'm going to be running through pages of just the amount of dogs. Okay. Okay, now I'm just going to go. This is just page 1. Okay. Get all the way down here. Make sure I get the whole bottom so y'all get the full impact. Page 1. Okay. And then we'll flip it over. That's one page. A lot of matches, right? Okay. Here we go. We got some more. Here go another page. These are all just 2002. The winners and the losers of 2002. Keep in mind now, we're not talking about anybody in particular. We're talking about all this that's going on. All this that's going on. Page 3. All these is matches. 2002. Recorded matches. Recorded matches. No more that, these guys, well, y'all don't, yeah, but guess what? It's hard to argue about somebody who can sit up there and we can pick up their stuff and ain't got to listen to what the hell they said. We can go and look their shit up. That's a whole lot different than somebody that's not even in here. Okay? So let's not put down the people that's in here It's because the people that ain't in here. Okay? The people that ain't in here, you ain't got a leg to stand on. Don't even try to put yourself in the map because it's unverifiable. It's just your conversation. It's not the same impact when we can sit here and see it. So I'm going to cut that one before we even get started because that's not, you just don't fit this category. It's not my fault you didn't want to do it. So, no, you can't be part of this conversation. No. More dogs. I'm still on the B's. I'm just getting on to the C's. See? Pages. These is all shows. You know, you're gonna try to tell me every one of these was hood? No, these is not neighborhoods. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm just trying to go through the pages. All right, we still in the C's. There's no way in the world you're gonna tell me the competition doesn't grow. Oh, it has to. How is it not going to be growing with all this going on? Because there's a whole list of winners, and in the same column, you got losers. Okay? There are definitely winners and losers on this page. And we're still going. This in 2002. We ain't even in the 90s no more. 90s was worse than this. 90s what set this up, the trend. You see that, right? Look, we're still going. Still going. Okay? Flip it over. Still going. Now, I know a lot of y'all do a lot of talking, trying to put this thing down, what I'm showing y'all. But guess what? We don't even need to talk about what y'all arguing about when y'all don't have nothing to put up. Y'all put this down, but don't have nothing to put up in y'all conversation. Y'all want to talk y'all stuff. We can't enjoy looking at it. At least we can enjoy looking. We can enjoy pointing it out. Right. Oh yeah. Let's see where that is. Let's sit there. Yeah, see me there you go. What? Look, see that right there, that page right there. Let me get a little closer here. You know, I probably in here a couple times. Like you got the original Deep Saw. Let me see what match report that was. Oh, who's that? Yep, GG Man's mad and yeah, mad and G Man's GG. Who are they going into? Ruben or Sluggo? Yep, D Miller Sluggo. 46-pound males went an hour and 24. Going hard Kennels. There's another one going hard Kennels. See him right there? Scratch back General Lee. You know what I mean? They got another one. Males of 46, GHK. You know what I'm saying? We was out running around. Jumping on that bandwagon. We getting there. We're doing things. I didn't even see all that. You know what I mean? But still, we're just in the F's too, guys. We're just getting into the F's and the G's. So we still got some to go. And the reason why I'm taking my time showing y'all because when we say the competition get better from the 90s going into 2000, what do you think? One thing for sure, there's a whole bunch going on. You know, I'm trying to go fast as I can, going through them. I just got so many pages. No, I ain't taking no pit stops. We took a quick pit stop because Mike seen us in there. He wanted to point it out. Okay, I'm leading a point that cannot be denied. When you got this much going on, how can competition not be changing? How can competition not be being tested? How can the competition not be tested? Huh? How you gonna argue this point? When you got this much going on? When you got this much going on? You're going to tell me, with all this going on, that something's not going to change? Huh? With all this going on, you think a bunch of bums will be able to hang out there and be able to survive? You can probably pick and choose, but we can go through this thing right here, and I can guarantee you there's more great ones going in this thing than it was the bums or the old backyarders. You know, I mean, you're sitting up there, you see some of them great ones like that, big thick a couple times in there with one dog. A lot of these dogs was going 2 and 3 times, and man, some of them went all 3. Like Miss Flora up there. Look, she won 1, 2, 3. All 3 of hers within 1 year. She made champion in 1 year. Got a couple of those. And then you want to ask yourself, where was she at? Well, I don't know. There go Kunta. Little Mayday right there. Little Mayday. Right in there, right there. Going to the PNPs at 40, winning in 38. Got a speed bump being the rap. Then you got him again going into the Rough Riders, winning in 37. Yeah, that's Little Mayday. Doing that old going hard style of killing shit. Don't like it. That's okay. Can't change it. At least you see him getting out there and he's not picking and choosing. These is not no neighborhood guys. You know? I mean, if we was really just take our time and start going through the pages, we'd try to find all the bums or find all the neighborhoods or try to make somebody's point that everybody in the journal is this and this and that. Well, let's try to put that to the test. I'm not here to I'm not here to argue that issue tonight. What I'm here to do is make a point about competition. There's competition out there. They're not running short on work. Nobody's running short on work. In all these pages, we're just not getting to the M's. And we're still in 2002. We're still in 2002. Winners and losers. Winners and losers. OG Posse with the meathead dog, you know. I mean, just a bunch of great dogs down through here. Captain America's Jesse James when he lost it to Monster, Word Kennels Monster. Remember old Monster? That Jesse James dog was pretty good. So those was 2 good kennels. 42 minutes, Green Beret was referee of that one. But that was one of them good ones that I was telling you about. They do hook up. They got to hook up. You guys from 2 different places. 2 different places. Word Kennels and Captain America, they in the same area because Captain America, he coming down from the Atlanta, that Canada area. Work Kennels, you know, that monster dog, you know, as I remember, you know, Monster was a Mayday dog. You know, especially around 2003, I gotta remember whose journal is this? It's Worth Kennels' journal. Worth Kennels is the ones who actually bought the journal from Jack. Worth Kennels was the one who actually got knocked in 2003. And then they came back to his ass in 2004 and arrested him. He got caught in PA in 2003. Then they decided to come on down there to his place in 2004. And just so happened they ran into the journal, you know what I'm saying, and tried to make it an even worse case by portraying that the journal was such a bad thing when, here's the point about this journal shit. All these matches and all these names, right, and including me. It's like this damn podcast right here. You know? Just imagine for them to really make this journal something you can use in court, how many witnesses it would take to go in here and say, you know, that they got to get on the stand and point these people out to really legitimize this thing. See, that's how bad it is. There's no legitimacy in this thing when it comes to court, because now you got the, just because I'm in here, okay, so what? No. Don't you think you need a witness? Just because you're in a book doesn't make you a dog fighter. Just because you're in this book doesn't mean I'm going to go to prison for dog fighting because I'm in this book. If you want to know the truth, unless you got somebody to back this up, I think it would be prejudice to bring this book up unless you're ready to put somebody on the stand and say that I'm in this book and somebody's testifying to what's in this book. Outside of that, this is prejudicial evidence. Look at all these damn people in this book. Pages, and we still running pages. I'm just pointing out little things, a little education, when everybody's screaming and hollering about the journal. You know, and why it's just like we dumping up in here and we talking about the things that we talk about on these podcasts. No different than what you're seeing in this book. Just because we got a podcast to discuss this shit, just because they got a journal with this shit in it, doesn't mean if you caught in this book that you're going to get charged for dog fighting. Why? Because you're in a book? When ain't nobody in this book. Nobody in this book. You know what I'm saying? Probably getting got jammed up before, but it sure as hell wasn't because of the book. You can get jammed up for being in the book. You can get jammed up for being in the book after you get caught for dog fight. But even then, it becomes prejudicial evidence if you don't bring the person that was in this book. Somebody can testify that you was in this book on this day they was there. Right along with your case that you got caught at a dog fight. Now they're going to try to bring some evidence in where he's in this book. Well, that's really, to be in this book and be brought in front of a court is really prejudicial evidence. Because there's nothing in this book that's really criminating unless you got somebody in here testifying to what's in here. Other than that, all this shit is fictional. There's not a who, when, or where that's going to be testified to anybody in this book. It's like me sitting on this podcast talking about this shit to this day. There's not a who, when, or where that I can testify to anything that I say on this show. So let's keep going. This is why this book is like, don't go putting the book down like, and whoever said that shit, I'm telling you, you see my name up in here, and I told you the book, the Department of Agriculture had every match, every referee, everything on my case, and the judge will not let it get nowhere close to that jury's eyes. Why? Because there's no proof in it. No more proof than what I'm doing on this damn podcast. All this shit is fictional. We can't testify the shit in this book. But it's in here. That's all we can tell you. It's in here. What do we got to go on? Nothing. We just know it's in here. You see what I'm saying? So feel me when I tell you. The demise, this was not what was hanging people. This is not what court cases were being drawn from. More pages. See, and the whole time I'm talking, I'm still turning pages. I'm still turning pages. Still turning pages. Well, nobody's scared. Well, nobody's scared to put their name up in here. Well, nobody's scared to put their time up in here. Well, nobody's scared to put their info in here. Still doing it. More pages. More all matches. All matches in 2002. Again, do we know? Ain't nobody on this. I'm pretty sure a couple of y'all can say, yeah. Y'all could probably make some witnesses over down there 20-something years ago. Y'all probably could make a certain witness to this. But guess what? It wouldn't do no good. It's still not material fact. These pages is not material fact. All they can do is prejudice the jury unless somebody's willing to get on the stand and testify to what's in here. What are you saying, Mike? I'm going through all my pages. Oh yeah, we was getting it in. This is just 2002. Can you imagine what the 90s was like? Remember I told you in 1996, it was 1,976 matches. 1,976 matches in 1996. Do the math, y'all. 1,976 recorded matches in this book. 1996. And no telling how many we got in this book because we're still turning pages. I'm still flipping pages. I'm down into the T's. Some of these dogs you might find in y'all pedigrees today. Most of them you won't. No kennel names and chains like Backstreet Superman. Then Backstreet Superman in there 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, let me get in where y'all can see. Backstreet Superman. See him there? You can down there tell you everything Superman did. West Side Combine. Murphy. Midwest. Don't sound like no great names to me, do they? But we call him a great dog. He went 38, 28, 41. If I'm doing that right, yep. Steel City, Beauregard, Steel City. You know, gotta give, you can't say it wasn't recognizable. Steel City, pretty good. Rubber Kennel. You know, you don't see no great names, but that Midwest Express was pretty cool. But, you know, the rest of them you won't probably see in there. If y'all can go searching through this book and say, man, I bet you won't find them 3 kennels in there. Nowhere in none of these books. I'm talking about Big Rob when he lost the Gunsmoke Kennels. That was a Louisiana boy, the Greasy Corny Kid in that. You know, but these are just, when you see them them big name kennels in there. You're gonna see a big name referee. You're gonna see somebody because there's just a different level of what was going on. You know, after it's all said and done, at least look, we can go in these books and pull out and take a little closer look compared to, you know, everybody going on the notion that because you was a champion, you either went into nobody or you went into somebody. But guess what? Most of the time, I like to read it before I hear it. Let me see for myself. You know, y'all can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta listen. And with listening, ain't nothing never really right when you're listening. Okay, I mean, we're almost done. Look at our last page, all those pages. All those pages. All those pages. And that was just 2002. 2002. You know what happened in 2003? Same thing. Was it changing? Oh, it was definitely changing. What started changing? 2002, 3. Winners and losers in 2003. I'm just going to flip through them right quick. You know, I'm just showing you. When y'all start talking about the level of the 90s, well, we're going to talk about the level of the 90s. We're going to talk about the level of the 2000s. What brought in the 2000s? Whole sheet there. Whole sheet there. Are we going to have as many pages? Well, let's go see. A lot of great Kennels in there. You see them. You catch a couple of them. Sammy the Arab. You know names that you know. People that you see. Mr. Bill. Yeah, do you see those good ones in there? Show enough. No limit. Yeah, all those are great Kennel names. Recognize BOP. They're going to get them, boys. Yep, Brew Clamp Click. There was Super Nat on one. Okay, here you go. See, we still running them. 2003, we still got a lot of them. They go Rusty Man in there, True Colors, Vietnam, Super Kennels. You know what I'm saying? You see them? Keep on going. What am I pointing out? A bunch of matches being done. They go Mad, Big Ralph. You know what I'm saying? Street Sweeper, Mr. Bill, The Firm. I thought I even seen Super Nat in there on one of them. What page was that? I'm not getting to it, but I know I've seen. Yeah, there you go. There go old Super Nat down there. Let me see. Do you see my finger, Mike? Look, who was refereeing? He refereeing the untouchable stuff. Sand Hill going into the untouchables and they lost. See? Okay. Okay, we got moving. Okay. Just point it up. They go Rising Star. See, even the great Kennels lose. Headhunters Renegade. You know, they go Headhunter in them. They down here in this area here, losing the Bloodliners. 34. They go get Super Nat again. You know, Oakland. What is that? Yep, Untouchable. Yeah. Okay. But what I'm pointing out again, we're still in the D's and we're still dealing with a bunch of matches. It just didn't start from the 90s. It just kept on going. As a matter of fact, it just kept going. But y'all gonna see something that's gonna blow your mind. And on the way out, it's keeping in mind, remember I told you who owned the journal at the time. Okay, a lot of good matches. Seeing the same old people in some of these. We've seen Cool Breeze. They go, you know what I'm saying? They go Backstreet Cruise in there, you know what I mean? That's the Backstreet Boys, you know, showing up. You see the same old common names, Fancy Boys, Super Cracker, those are the ones that had Wacko. You know, you see the names, pound for pound. Okay? A lot of familiar names that you guys talk about are right here in these books. I'm trying to go as quick as I can through here, guys. But what am I showing you? I'm showing you when to go to comparing. Yesterday, they have too much. They got too much going for them. They go J-Bo. See J-Bo in there? Where did I see him at? There you go. Female. There you go J-Bo. Look at J-Bo right there. He did a female. J-Bo, damn J-Bo, I didn't know you stand there that long, buddy. I know you needed a chair. Just kicking it on you. And that was on the Lonnie dog. You ever read that one? Going in the Hot Pockets. Went an hour and 51. Then you got Macho Buck down in there. They go Macho Buck, Evolution in them. Let me move it up a little bit. They go Macho Buck. They got two of them in here. TM Pancho Villa, Pit Pro, you know, Super Kennels read it. Shit, it was their dog 357 is up. We can verify that one. But when it comes to, you know, come on now, that's just the first evidence. Okay. Okay. I'm just saying. Nobody see you can go that. You can go back into this whole book. We can go through the next 3-4 years and go down there and see if we ever see these guys match another dog up in here. We might not find them. Okay? You might not find them. This is the difference between fast lane and the other lane. Whatever they call that other lane. You know, some of these guys, when they lost, they probably lost and didn't have nothing else to come back with. You know what I'm saying? You probably see some of these dogs on your greatest dogs match reports. But you can go search the next 4-5 years. You won't never see another dog up in this book that they put down. Let's talk about that part. Did that make the dog any less of a dog? No, but guess what? Throughout the years, it puts a whole lot weight on the dog that you really don't factor in. When you got stuff like this and you go factor in like I did Blackjack, then you start looking at Blackjack a little different because that's the truth of the matter. You know, he wasn't whooping nothing out there that was big time. Don't even let him fool you now because they wasn't. You know, just got a guy like me out here pointing these things out. Why? Because I can, because I was there. Around that time, look, paying attention like y'all doing. There's more pages. Let me just run through here. Look, y'all, I'm just opening up pages now. Let's just do it like this so I can just move on. Just still out here. See what I'm saying? I'm just doing pages. Pages on top of pages. Ain't nobody, there's no, how you gonna tell me all these is backyard? We're gonna speak a lot of these is backyard. Now we can probably go through a couple of these, but the ones that I bring up, the dogs that we talk about, the pedigrees that we're thinking about, you know, you're gonna see even the great ones lose. They all got a piece of the losses, but the majority of these guys in here, when you start looking down through here, you see who the big boys was. You figure it out real quick. Now, I was pointing some things out on that, but I'm gonna show you. Where we get ready to go here is where it all started changing. Here's the man that owned the journal. Let's start off with him. All of a sudden, he gets arrested in 2003 at a match. 2004, they come and get him. In the process of them coming to get him, you know what I mean? At the beginning, they located the journals. Now watch this. All we got is July, August winners. That's it. You see that? That's it. So you see what happened, right? The whole game changed. This is the part I was pointing out. No, I got a little bit more evidence to throw on how it just miraculously just really flipped the script. Winners and losers, November, December. No pages. One page. Front and back. Look. See? Flip the page. Boom. That's it. One page. See how things change? Still see some of the old familiar names. Sean Bean, True Colors, Green Beret, Lockjaw. We see him. Yeah, you see him. Old Marion, Rastaman. You know, they're the original Deep South. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. You're not going to see too many more. That was July, August, right? Okay, here go May, June. We got May, June. Right there. Still see the names. Major Kennels. Pages are getting short though. There's no more pages after pages. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. March, April. You still see shows going on though. When you start adding up those numbers, you know, you're going to still keep pages on pages, but we ain't going to be seeing the pages that we saw because there was a change. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that was it. That was it. That was it right here. And then we're going to have February, January, February. Let me see if I can find it. No, I don't see it. That's March, April. Let's see if we can get it for January, February right quick. We don't even get it January, February. I'm gonna tell you, I think in January, February we lost it. In 2004, we didn't get no January, February. Here we get right here. There you go. There go January, February. See, there's the date. January, February. It's going to look pretty good in January and February because everything hit the fan right after this. See, we stroking. Stroking. And that was it. So when you add them up, you know, see, things started changing. If you started paying closer attention, you started seeing a lot of those big names on both instances, on the ends and in the fronts. They was changing. You know what I mean? And this was that year that things got a little political. You know, things really did get political. This was that year. Let me get back here towards the end to the dog of the year things. You know, because, the dogs of the year, don't forget. Right? Here's our past years. But look at the Latinos who started taking over. Let's point that out. Where's all them old great dog man names at on here? Names started changing. Hardcore Latino. They go Coy Grand Champion BB Red. You know that one. Southern Kennels Grand Champion Mayday Latino. Roadblock and Havana Chico, Latinos and the Brothers. Scratch Atlantis Grand Champion Buddy Home. You know. Scratch Atlantis was another good one. DOA's Grand Champion Virgil. You know, he was all right. You already know who that is. One of them boys. Hardcore Kennels, 9 Millie, Latino. Big Thicket Grand Champion Ajax. One of them good old boys. Latino Forces Kennels Grand Champion Barracuda, Latino. Size 'em Up Brothers. Grand Champion Destroyer, Latino. From the 90s on down, what do you see that's happening here? You know what I'm saying? That's how much the game had processed. Total game changer. Total game changer. Big Thicket, Ajax, hard dog to beat. Scratch down his buddy, hard dog to beat. Coy's Grand Champion BB Red, hard dog to beat. Every one of them kennels I named were fast lane kennels. Fast lane kennels that was out there with the brothers and the Latinos still competing. So what level of dogs do you think these dogs are? And we're not even talking about the runner-ups. We're not even going to talk about the runner-ups. That's just the runner-up for that year. Young Gunners, Grand Champion Ding Ding. No, Brothers. Two Colors, Grand Champion Dynamite. Brothers. Versus Property, Marvin Haggard. Brothers. Ride Hard, Champion Roman. Brothers. S&S Kennels, Champion Zeus. In the Air. OG Posse, Champion Bruce the Truth. Brothers. The Original Georgia Boys, Champion Schoolgirl, brothers. True Colors, Champion Thriller, brothers. Educated Kennels, Champion Little Mama, brothers. How many times you see True Colors up there in the honorable mention? I mean, what do you look at the OG posse? You know what I mean? These was fast lane kennels back then. You see how they was showing up? All this was changing. All this changed. You know, he got jammed up. Best way to help him, get your dog on the cover. During that time. And believe me, this is after he got busted. Now, how y'all gonna explain that? This is after he got busted. This is a book after he got busted and got his house raided. And they took all the journals. He was able to get out of jail and start his book right back up while he out on appeal too. So all this stuff that you hear about what the journal did this and did that and all a bunch of bull. Because here's a proven example of the man who ran the damn journal, got busted in 2003, got raided, got the book taken, got everybody's information down there in Washington, D.C. They done broke it down, computerized all this shit to all these names in these books. And for whatever reason, again, without somebody standing there testifying to any of this stuff, all it is for personal entertainment. There's no legal, nothing illegal in this book. Nothing. Unless it can be testified to. And the man's proven that by turning around and doing this right here. Now, could you get away with it today? Too much prejudice in the jury, too much prejudice by the judges. It would be hard. You know what I'm saying? It would be hard because there's a whole lot of things that happen in the court system today that, you know, they probably couldn't get away with that, you know, back then. Okay, now we got 2005. Here's the big change, though.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Hemi James in the house. Hemi said, however, it's going to make you hot as hell, LOL. I dare anyone to tell what your business today like they did in those magazines. Try it now and see if you'll still feel safe. I'll wait.
Hemi, that's what I just was saying. Times has changed. You know, times has changed. Shit, that was hot as hell back then. Hemi, if they could decipher who was who, like they did Mama on them, they make cases out of this because when they come looking, they gonna find something. If you don't know they coming. See, the thing about this book right here that started hurting people, it wasn't the fact that it was the book. No, all they had to do was go to your yards and get the evidence. That's what happened. They didn't need the journal to bust them. All they needed the journal to decipher, you know, who is Mau Mau Kennels? Who is Stone City Kennels? Who is Going Hard Kennels? Well, they figured that out. Let's go to their house. And in my case, they went to my house and made shit up. And thought because that my name was in the book that they could make it a better case. In the beginning, they could. And they did. Made those threats and old man putting his books together and he had journals. He had this and he's in here and he's in there. That made me hot as hell. But when it came down to the facts of the matter is Does it matter without a witness? Yes, it does. Because it matters, because if you don't have a witness of what you're talking about in here, then the book can't be used. You can't even sit there and prejudice the jury by saying he's in a journal, a dog fighting book. I mean, you just prejudice the journal of the jury, and the judge is going to get a reversal due to the fact without a witness standing up there to testify what's in this book. You know what I'm saying? They're moving on emotion because there's not a fact in nothing you're reading here. Same thing with this YouTube thing. You know, we can do this all day on the YouTube. How many podcasts we got out here talking about the history? You know what I mean? I'm trying to show y'all 2005 when it really changed. You're gonna be really surprised when you see what happened in 2005. Everybody cut the Hemi James on them. Hemi, I'm going to show you. If I can just find it, it's going to be hard to find. It's going to be real hard to find because it ain't but one page. I'm serious. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find it. There's a page in here. There you go. Winners and losers. Now watch this, guys. 2005. Still going. You still start seeing the same old names that we always seen. You notice that, right? You see Jihad in there. You know, we're seeing him make the news. He made PBK News. Yeah. See, look how quick we jumped to the M's. We went from D to M's all in one page. How quick it changed. Hold on, we got one more page here. Let me get it up there. There you go. Other two pages. Here we go, right here. See? Drastic change. Were they still doing it? Yeah. Yeah, they were still recording them. But look how it just... Yellow Man got in there just in time. And that's it. 4 pages to the countless pages we had. Still seeing the same old names. They go Roster Man, they go Chauvin, Brooklyn Knight. You know what I'm saying? You see Chauvin, Motown, Divine, Clay Hill, the Norseman. Yeah, I mean, just Grim Reaper, Big Show. These are common names that you're going to see in that history. Now, my thing is, now, the point that I'm making when I went through all those, okay, is look at 2000, the 90s, 2002, 2000, 2001. Look at those matches. You're not going to sit there and tell me the competition wasn't nothing. Too much going on. Too many big names playing around in there. Too many of those good big names popping up. So that means there was a whole lot of good refereeing by good referees, and good referees really solidifying and verifying a lot of matches, whether they was good or bad. Guess what? They got a reputable Kennel to be standing there refereeing it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of good guys that was good that they never came back and did another dog. You know, the opportunity of being able to do that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like everybody was fighting to be in the journal. It was just a common thing that, hey, report your matches. Deal with the circumstances and the consequences later. If there is any circumstances and consequences. Yeah, today is different. And guess what that means today? If you ain't doing what they were doing back then, and you're so busy trying to get rid of those memories, what did I say when you cut all that, not just in half, but you taking and leaving nothing but a third left of all that was going on, only a third, and you're not going to tell me the competition stayed the same. You're full of shit. The math don't work like that. Math literally shows and tells you it can't maintain it. You can't. Because you cannot have a reference that's going to bring that great dog way over there to run into that great dog way over there when there's nothing there to bring those two dogs together. You have to be amongst that traveling circus to be able to move around and swim in a tank full of sharks to know where they at. And a whole lot of that wasn't going on after that. A whole lot of that ain't going on today. We can just say in history showing, got more grand champions and champions losing than, than in the modern day than in the old days. And they all lose. But we done had 3 different dog of the decades in the last 2 years. I mean, for real. Okay, what's going on? Okay, the grading. There's difference in the grading. Why? Because when you got a lot going on, there's a lot being weeded out. When you don't have a lot going on, that puts you back in that pocket. The circle is only good as the circle that it's in. Where that big circle you could bring all these circles together and meet to that one big circle that, hey, competition had to change. Because just as many winners as you had losers. How many of those losers you're going to find in that losing category? We was really chronically went down through there. How many losers in the same kennel are you going to see in that losing section that continue being in that losing section? I can show you a couple of them that started off in that losing section, but then turned around in the end, before it was all gone and dead, that they was in that winning section because they were totally dealing with different dogs. Times change because competition changed. You got to change with the competition. When competition change, dogs are going to change. The competition is going to change. Because guess what? The weedy shit is not being weeded out as much or as fast. Sense. Let's make sense. Your shit might be great, but it's great amongst what? See, back then, it was great because it's great amongst a bunch of stuff. A lot of great dogs that didn't make dog of the year made enough noise, you know what I'm saying, to be honored as runner-ups. A lot of the dogs that we call runner-ups is like champions, grand champions, used to be grand champions that got demoted. Do we still put them in the dog of the year category as honorable mention? I would, but guess what? You would have at least 4 dogs that I know in 1 year. In 1 year now, that we have 4 great dogs in 1 year that would make honorable mention, and 3 of them got losses. But at one time, they might have 5, 4-time winners. That's what I mean by the change. Competition changed. When your best start running into the best, and what you thought was great wasn't as great as you thought it was, it's because the competition that you was running into wasn't stiff as you thought it was. It only looks good when you're winning. But if it's not working on a level, you're going to find out the truth here in a minute. You keep hanging out there. And that's what it's all about in this dog game. Everybody's looking for the truth. And it doesn't stop until you really find the truth. You're either going to be a 5-time winner, 6-time winner, 7-time winner, or you're going to be a 5-time winner, a 1-time loser. You was great yesterday, and all of a sudden Sunday morning you won the grand champion no more. Now you're just a 5-time winner. Still a champion, but you're no longer a grand champion. You know, you was one step away, and most of them 4-time winners. Hey. Saturday I came in to become a grand champion. Sunday I woke up a 4-time winner, 1-time loser. You know, it works out like that. You know, your mindset ain't thinking like that. Because your mindset was thinking like that, you wouldn't have never made it. If your mindset was thinking like that, you wouldn't have never came. You know what I'm saying? And some of these, they was losing quick. Quitting. So was it starting to change then? Yeah, when you start looking at the dog of the year starting in 2004, having a mediocre history when it comes to match report and making dog of the year, yeah, I would have to say right then it started changing. Did it get any better? It didn't look like it. 2005, it didn't look like it. It looked like Stone City Mayday and them took over. Well, what would you expect? Duh. You know, it's not like it's Jack Kelly's shit anymore, okay? You know, Jack was biased too now, come on. They got Ajax, you know, some of them names, Scott Liner's Buddy, you know, where was Satan at? You know, some of them names would just deserve the spot because it's just a fact. You got Rebel Kennels, and you got Roadblock and Abrahams, and there were just some of these kennels like Westside Hoorah and the Original Bounty Hunter, and I mean, these was guys Jack seeing all the time in his book. True Colors, these was names that you're going to see these guys all in these books constantly. So you cannot deny them. You cannot deny them. Even Jack could tell you, you know, a lot of them old guys start getting, you know, see Kenny Gaines and them popping up no more because guess what? You didn't get to them sections where, you know, you start seeing them in the losing section a whole lot. You know, if I was just to take the time and had all those journals, y'all, and was to really go in there and really show y'all, you know, some of these matches, we do analyze them like we analyze them pedigrees. You know what I'm saying? You'll see where the fall off started coming in at. Some of these kennels got real powerful. You know, when I say powerful is when you step up to competition, and if everybody else want to compete, they got to step up to your level. If they don't step up to your level, guess what you're going to be doing? Beating a whole lot of people that's not on your level. You can feel safe in that level, but if you're a real bulldogger, that's not good enough for you. It's not really about winning. It's about beating the best. Give me somebody who thinks they can whoop me. You know what I'm saying? I want somebody got a little bit more confidence than what I've been going into, because who I'm really trying to get is a big win to go down in history. And they're not going to get it beating bullshit. You know, that's all. You ain't ready when you get up there, then you start falling into that category, just like those beginners. I think I can win. I know I can win with this one. And then you get up there to one of them heavy hitters and you get shocked. You get your head split so down fast, you wonder if there was something you did wrong. Yeah, the thing you did wrong was believing that your dog was at that level when you came in here. With that belief, thinking that when you know where you come from and where you're going to, you ran into something totally different than where you come from. And that's what happened.
Big shout out to my man Chico Nicholas coming back through with a 5-piece showing the love. Appreciate the love, fam.
Okay, now, anybody have any questions on that? Because it's just the times has changed. You know, you don't have the access, you know, you don't have the references, and you don't have the night vision. And these days, night vision is just that. When you come into the light, you can't see nothing that went on in the dark. So there's no information about what's going on in the dark. A lot of you guys are just breeding pedigrees. There is no information coming out of the dark. Well, little information that you may receive may come with a disclaimer with it. You know? Most of them you won't even know. You won't find on Pairs Online hanging out, but most of the champions on Pairs Online are toss-ups. You really don't know. The only ones that know the truth is the ones who's got the night vision. And if you catch one out here that's got that night vision and he's lurking around and see some shit that he know ain't true, then guess what? That's the only time you guys ever get a chance to hear the controversies behind some of these dogs that's out here claiming fame, and they weren't. Worthy of being claimed as the famous dogs that they claim to be. But that automatically is going to change the competition. Don't take nothing away from the dog. It doesn't take nothing away from the dog. The dog doesn't pick and choose these things. He don't know. But if the circles are changing, the dogs are going to change. There's going to be a lot of dogs that slip through the crack that ain't as good as y'all think they is. You know, and they're living off of unverifiable stories or untested wins because they had no other way of being elevated to be tested. Those that took that chance, that didn't make it, those are the ones we sit there and talk about, blah, 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 blah. But guess what? At least they did it. They might have lost. Maybe their dog wasn't as great as they thought it was, but guess what? They was out there competing to see. Speaks a whole lot for them and gives guys who got something to say a lot of nerve. You ain't done it. For anybody that want to speak up on it, guess what? You didn't do it. And that would be my argument. How you want to sit back and talk about that when it takes a lot to even get that? At least we know they was lurking for it. There's guys out there that used to lurk for competition. That's what it's about. That's what it was about. It wasn't just about this getting the wins. It's getting the credible wins to really know if you really had that right dog. You go in there with a lie, you got to feed a whole line of shit that you've been lying about. You feeding it yourself. So how you gonna get rich? You ain't getting rich off of doing them. No, you're not doing it that way. You're getting rich off of selling that shit. Because you know damn well, if you was to try to take that stuff and hold on to it and try to do it again, what you got out there and did through a lie, you could not go in the box and do. Because the way you got there. And that's where a lot of dogs fell off. Yeah, they might have had the records, but the bloodline and the breedings proved in the end that it's going to die off. You're going to lose competitiveness because you're not competing with the lines that made the lines great. We're talking about Cunningham dogs matching up today with Mayday dogs matching up today. You know, dogs that are matching up today. You know, and we're talking about over 20 years ago dogs matching up today. Yes, competition has changed. because it was changing every year in my time. We wasn't reaching back 20 years to find it. We were down there getting it every year. Trust me. Now, if there's any questions on that, it's just when you look into it, you just can't sit there and say, that, it's not as big as it was because it's we don't know what's going on in the dark. And what's in the dark stays in the dark. There's nothing out there being publicized. It's not a smart thing to do today. We're talking about a whole different game plan. Somebody who's willing to take that chance and that type of dedication to carry the game and the torch that way. But the things that's going on out here today, those are true bulldoggers. And we should leave them alone. Let them run around in the dark. Give them their love, and hopefully we may get information that we could be able to inject some of that into our line if we get so happen to catch a little light and see what it looked like. That's all. But to sit there and have an all-out conversation in comparison, there's every reason in the world that you want to close that door of a door that was open back then, because your dogs today can't compare to that. You can't even argue to that. So it is best to shut the door on our past, because it makes it easier for y'all in y'all future. But it doesn't make the dogs better. It literally sets you back, because the numbers aren't making good sense to those in the dark dwellers. They're not sharing information. Best information you're gonna get is when Tom end up with another dog in his yard that's a champion, and he put Gardner on it. Hey, you don't know where the hell that dog come from. You know what I mean? NASCAR, you know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. LT, come on. Nitro, you know what I mean? They become Gardner dogs, and they become, out to the public ready to be. Now, were they good as they would say they were? You don't know. Only the person that had it before Tom, who actually did the work. Tom just putting his name on it to make it a brand, like Dynamite. But tonight it could be a good short night. I can take on any questions. I can even take on any debate. Which one? It's on your phone. You got the number? I sure hope it's the right one. Hold on, guys. I gotta look up something right quick. Mike's asking me to do this. You asked me. Okay. I told you to put it on here? Okay. On the show? You talking about this one right here? It's 10 after 1. Let me give you the email. You tell me just to do it. Let me pull up the email. Let me pull up the email so we can make sure we got it right. We got it right here. Hold on, guys. 1 second here. You might. Which one? These two? Yeah. Or this one.
That's them. He just sent out 3 of them. So
which one is it? Hayes or Jeff or Jeffrey? Okay, I got Scooby, Red, Dirty Red, JJ. Okay. All right, guys. For Ali, might want me to put these on. Somebody sent these in. I guess we're gonna take a good look at them when they look at certain breedings and stuff. You know what I mean? Now, you already know when we're looking at pedigrees, what's the first thing we have to do? We have to organize the pedigree to understand what we're looking for and we're looking at. Sometimes we have to go and start looking back. We ain't got to look back too far here on Dirty Red. We'll start with Dirty Red because we know this top half. But if I was just to go down here and start with Boston Bits, we'd be lost up to that point without having to go straight to Boston Bits and take a look. Another thing that throws us off is, you have to weed through the colors. It's not like you can just jump on here. Now, we see winners here, but then we have the dirty bucket right there, and then we have a little bit right here. So when you start getting back down in this area back here in the back, by doing that, you don't see nothing there. It kind of makes it like, because, when we're looking at these things, in true reality, it's all black.
They said the name of the dog is Brock.
Brock? Which one? I don't have a pedigree with Brock on it. The male using it. Is Brock off of the JJ and them? Is Brock off of JJ? So would that be James Jones saying that to me? Or this guy here, Mike? J Rock. Okay, so this dog right here, Dirty Red and little JJ, his name would be Brock. Yeah, just check your thing, make sure you answer, Mike. Okay, we're just waiting on your answer so we'll know what you're saying. You sent me a bunch. See? That's what they got. Ain't no Brock on here nowhere. Scooby. And Dirty Red and JJ. That's it. And I was looking at Dirty in there. And I was actually down here looking at Boston Bits to see where it took us. This is a female here. Yeah. See? He said the male's called Scooby. Yeah, I seen Scooby. Slid home on his nose. I know that's Lucifer there. This is the Robinsons. It would have to be the Robinsons with the Red Boy stuff. I guarantee this is Red Boy stuff. See the Whitney stuff? Anello. Mm-hmm. See, these Red Boy dogs here. So now we know where they got that good scratching from. I'm going to Scooby next, bro. then this bottom side here, when we go to look at the bottom side, we got the top side still going to be some more of the red boy stuff. You know, see it? This bottom side going to be some more of that. Going to be some of that Lucifer. And they're going to be in Cowboy. Okay, let me go back and get, you said Scooby. This is Scooby. We ain't got to go too deep, far back. We just start with little G. But we know he's a Boyle's dog in so many ways. Got Milkman, Bull, the Fern, Queen of Heart. You got some Buck in there. Remember Bull and Queen. Okay. General Boys. They had a lot of that good stuff. I mean, all of them do produce matchdogs. You know, a point that we've always made clear. You see, when you look back here in the pedigree, it's easy to read because you don't see everybody with, you know, you can point out the black and you ain't deciphering nothing. You know, we decipher it started getting right here where, you know, you start losing it, but you can see what it is. The hardest mouth T-boy, Queen Heart dog alive. Well, based on this little guy here, the way he's bred, he's bred a good dog. That's for damn sure. Because these were some pretty rough dogs in his pedigree. Hitman was a pretty nice dog. You know. But nice pedigree. But let's see how they bred it. Remember, this is the top side. Good line breed. And this is the bottom. This is what they tried to use for out. Basically a yellow out crossed with Patrick. More of the yellow out, though, definitely. You see Mayday. You see Rick Rude in there. So, you know, we definitely dealing with Patrick dog with the crossing. There go Mayday, more Patrick in there. You know, this is supposed to work. You know, lining it up with that type of the Boyle's dogs. I mean, that's what makes it interesting because it's not nothing that's commonly done. Taking a yellow buck dog and crossing it into those Zachariah dogs. That's something new. You know, it seemed like it. I mean, that it's not like, you know, again, got a few of them going on, but if you really look at it, that is something new. Because you look, I take it all the way back out because this is the bottom. Hot dog. We talked about hot dog. We just did hot dog on the show, right? Well, let me show you hot dog. He had offspring. They bred hot dog a lot. Mm-hmm. They bred hot dog a lot. right? But look at when the winners start popping up, who they off of. That's Baby and their mama. Buck Rogers and their mama. That was her being bred the hot dog. Somebody asked me, and I did tell them, I said, yeah, we had some dogs. Guy had bred some dogs to straight Sassy Girl straight to hot dog. So you know it worked, evidently. No Reno. They were litter mates. Rhino. Went over a 2-time winner in 205. Well, we definitely know the gameness was there. Again, that's the same female that produced Registered Mad Baby and Buck Rogers, and there is Little Mayday, which is Champion Little Mayday, aka Kunta. Okay? But yeah, I think the hot dog stuff, when you go back out and take a look at it from where we found it at, see, all they're doing is taking the heavy yellow and putting Patrick on it. The grab is getting this to work with the bottom. Then we have to dig a little further back. Watch. We're just going to do the bottom. Okay? Remember, we're still dealing with the same thing between these two lines up here. Okay? But let's just do it from the bottom because there's Little Bull right there. So, you know what I mean? So, I can take Little Bull, know all this is back here, but watch how Little Bull starts looking. Little Bull start looking like Patrick and yellow. Little Gaining, little JR, Patrick Red Boy. Same thing as Hook and Red Boy and Grand Champion Buck. Same little hookup. Just a little different. Melon stuff, still Red Boy. Yellow stuff. Red Boy. Red Boy. Buck. You know what I'm saying? Sweet Williams was the changing factor, but this boy Bob, it's Buck. See what I'm saying? So the big picture to this is going all the way back out. We discussing this dog here. All in all, when we go back in his pedigree, notice the certain traits that those Patrick dogs seem to have. But when we go back in this dog's pedigree, he ends up being a Red Boy Patrick Cross. And it should work. The only thing that I always say is registered mares produce match dogs. And how do you know when you got the right one? You know, you got to be able to move it forward. In time these days, you know, that's accepted to the rule. But that really lies within the eyes of the breeder. The eyes of the breeder. I mean, how can you really look at dogs today it's not as easy as we did in the yesterdays, because a lot of these is open gaps through either nobody saying nothing, or they're just reading the papers. You know what I'm saying? But all in all, this is a Patrick Red Boy dog. He is. That's the majority of his breeding. Now, you want me to check one more? I'm going to check out and see what James sent me. I did Dirty Red in them. Them was the only two that really showed up, okay? Jeffrey, yeah. I mean, I'll be looking for that monster litter. Here's a female I bred. Let me see what this one is. That was her. So I got the first one and the second. So I got both of them in. Okay, then I got James Jones. Let me get into you in, James. I hope you don't want. Okay, blessings, OG. No pedigree. Okay, you would just let me know. It says after last few shows, I would be dope to break down and look at families and bloodlines that were created by brothers, like Backstreet Crews and their family. So we can kind of dig into the dogs and their history of performance. Well, not taking nothing away from Backstreet, but back in the day, we talked to them several times. We were trying to go to their backyard. You know what I mean? They didn't like doing too much traveling. They really didn't travel. And it was really hard for us to get in their backyard. We had an inside man that was really trying to get us in. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to put some of their stuff to the test, and we just couldn't get that door to open for us. Maybe the guy was trying too hard. But we had several occasions, but, not taking nothing away from him, because where you're at, you winning. That's what it means. You know what I'm saying? And that was the good thing. But the dogs was only good as the area that you in. And they was really kind of funny about letting people into that circle of theirs. And this is from self-experience. This is not me guessing. Remember, we are those guys that learned how to swim in the waters, and we were the sharks. We had a Louisiana guy, St. Louis boy, right out of St. Louis that, was trying to bring us right on in, right behind him. You know what I'm saying? And made the right context, right connections. But, hey, they won with a lot of dogs, and they had a good line of dogs. But are they as strong? Time will tell. They had a lot of good dogs that came outside the area and produced great dogs. We go in and look at the Backstreet dogs and let's see. Let's see if they were able to do outside the yard. Then, you know what I'm saying? Because we never really went into their stuff, but it would be a good one to do. I think it'd be nice to do. You know what I mean? But I'm just telling you, in their match careers, it was hard to get. They wouldn't let too many people into their set. They guarded that set like, a fence, because we was going to run down through there and we had some dogs. They wouldn't open that door. You can't force somebody to open the door if they want to keep it closed. So I've never been afraid to sit there and make that point clear. Through the years, that stigma probably went away. But it's a stigma that, that I still carry, because they wouldn't let me in. They wouldn't let a few guys in who really want to go over there. When you win it, hey, ask Jesse Rod. Jesse Rod had to prove his dogs was that good by opening that door, letting them in, And they were good dogs, but, guess what was starting to happen? When dogs start losing, be like, oh, but you open the door. But at least you know. You don't hate because he started losing, because, he opened the door to let us in. So yeah, you take that opportunity to really measure up what you really dealing with. You know, that's what it means. If you're scared to lose to change your prices on on what you selling, then you ain't doing nothing but trying to sell off dogs. But if you are a competitor, you open the door to compete. Because when you prove that you can compete, then that means the shit that I'm buying from you tells me that I can compete like you. You know, I don't want to be buying dogs from a guy that's competing and I can't never compete off with his shit, his own shit that he's selling me. How would that look? None of you Walk-em-all guys can vouch for that. You know, a lot of people wants to be able to do what Walk-em-all did. They weren't able to do that. You know, we don't pick on Walk-em-all, but Walk-em-all stands out as one of those things that throughout the history, you know, did anybody ever bother to ask that question? Why is it that they're the only ones that's able to do this in such a number that nobody else could do it outside the yard? Let that be your witness in fact to what could be the truth about the dogs. Your own truth. You don't need to ask them. Look at what's going on. How many other lines of dogs that got out there and just flushed it away, but when the actual kennel had them, they were famous. You know? We see a lot of banjo dogs still hanging around, but do we see them being as dominant as Dead Serious was when they had their hands on them? No. And what happened to a whole bunch of those dogs? You know, were they still, you know, are they still a great line to be maintained and throughout history? Of course, still out. You know, can you really sit there and say there's a Mayday line in the 2025, not upstairs where we can see it and talk about it? We don't know. We really don't know. You know, when you guys are pushing peds, you know, remember, up here, we don't know. So you can't go pushing a winner or pushing a great pedigree like it's a winning pedigree upstairs when there's always going to be that person to sit there and say, why you calling it a winning pedigree? I can't see. You know, it looks good, but you're not breeding for a winning pedigree. And if you are breeding for a winning pedigree, one of the things you don't do on Facebook is tell everybody you're breeding for a winning pedigree. How is this dog from a winning pedigree? You're putting it on Facebook, so don't get mad when somebody asks you. I mean, and don't stand up and be like, yeah, I like it, but don't go putting your foot in your mouth and then wondering why you being investigated for standing up for something you said on Facebook. Because Facebook is worse than the journal. Facebook is worse than a podcast. You know, there's nothing to be bragging about if you're doing something illegal on Facebook. See, these podcasts, they really are disclaimers. There's nothing that we're saying on these things that, you know, unless somebody's out there running around literally doing something, you got a case before you even start talking about what you're doing on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Your case didn't evolve from being on YouTube. Because there's really nothing on these things that really back up something that's so old and so far back. And, you know, If there was a witness, they probably did. Okay, so it don't even matter. And that's how you look at it. You guys can't do all that today. So there's no way in the world you're going to tell me the dogs are better than yesterday. When y'all don't have the access to prove that. Y'all don't have the competition to prove that. You know, to me, you lost a lot of genetic strains within that 20-year gap that y'all keep reaching back, selling your dogs off of. You're still having to reach way back here to brag all the way up 20 years later about that dog. Now, does that make sense? But that's all you got to work with. So it's not trying to hate, but pay attention to what's being said. It's not even trying to put you down. Just pay attention to what's being said. I have a point. That's all. I like a lot of these good breeds. Anybody want to say something? And guys, it's always good to talk about because you have to face it for what it is. Remember, a lot of these pedigrees, we have to go in and go back and work our way back up to the front to see what we're looking at. Some of these pedigrees, when you open it, you just can't see it. But see how I had to open up Scooby and then go back and say, well, look, y'all, this is really how Scooby bred. We understand Scooby a whole lot better once we went back and started coming back to the front. The picture started looking a lot more clear once we got there in the back. Scooby is a Patrick Red Boy cross. A cross that we know works very well. You know what I mean? It works very well. Even when you got Queen in there with Buck, you know? Even though they may say it may not have happened, maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but still, it's there, and that's what we're going to go on, okay? Just go on that fact alone until somebody literally has proof, which there is no proof. You know, we go with what we see. You know what I'm saying? And with such a great breeding as that, you know what I'm saying? To not pick up a registered mare or not pick up another line of Mayday. I mean, what better line of dog between Buck and Queen of Heart, two of the greatest dogs? And you mean them two can produce shit? But Bull? That's it? You know what I mean? I'm looking for a breeding like that to produce some shit like Yellow in them. You know what I'm saying? Come out, or Stone City where they got champions coming out the Wizzo, like Mayday, brothers, sisters, and all that shit being champions. When you see a breeding like Buck the Queen, ain't the expectations supposed to be set high? Yes. And why not? So when it don't hit high, don't get mad because it didn't. Understand. Don't build the name. Okay, go ahead. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get this number back up. Mike got a number for us. Jeffrey, if I was you, I would stay in that category. I wouldn't be stepping out. There's some little things that you can do if you just pay attention and hang around. You know, I mean, and I don't even think you're ready for the brother-sister breeding to lock it in yet. You know? Huh? Well, I'm saying I wouldn't go brother-sister breeding. I wouldn't lock it up yet. I wouldn't lock it in. I would bring in a little bit more firepower. Like, you see what's going on back there. Okay? Don't get away from that because what you done bought back there, you done bought to the front. But there's a key piece in there that you got to remember. 50-50? No, you go 3-in-1. So you take heavy out of Patrick or the Boyles, or you go heavy on the red boy or the yellow. But you want to go 3-3-1 with all that heavy stuff there, make it 3-1, then you got that potential. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me pull him up. Let me change it up. You know what I mean? You can go either way, but you go one or the other before you go brother and sister. I would have to get my 3-in-1, my 3-in-1. 50-50 or 3-in-1. You got a whole bunch of lines of both of those up and bottom. You know what I'm saying? That you got one more step. You need that 3-in-1. You get that 3-in-1, I guarantee you that's probably where you're going to get your registered merits at. Wait a minute.
403 104. Vladimir!
We got Vladimir here. We got Pitfire. Okay, hold on. Somebody was asking me about the Boomer stuff. Was it Cunningham Boomer you were talking about, twin, or was it Sammy Arab that don't go good with Mayday? Well, to me, Sammy's Boomer goes great with Mayday dogs. Just keeping it real. You know what I mean? Cunningham's, they do good with them too, though. You can't take that away. But I like Boomer because Boomer, he just seems to throw good quality match dogs. Look how he's bred. He's really strong, heavy Boomer. This dog, yeah, I would take him into some Cunningham Boomer if I was you. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Now, I hate going to pedigrees. You got ROM on them, and you go into the damn thing, and you can't find the first inkling of why is this dog an ROM. Now, I understand the now, but I don't want that now to be an excuse, okay? I'm not going to never say that. I'm not going to, if I can't see it here, because you know how things are today, we really want to go pointing out shit, you know what I'm saying? But it's hard to say. You might as well keep the ROM a secret too. If you don't want to put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Because when you pull it up, it's a little different. Everybody's seeing the ROM, so they want to see the champion, to see how this champion was bred, to see what worked with the shit. You know what I'm saying? Really. Because the dog itself, he's bred great. I guess we're going to have to settle for dabbing in and checking out some of the winners. What we only have this one here. Let's go check out Rooster. Now he's heavy. He's heavy. Now they added some Holland stuff with this. And they added the blackjack, so you're going to have a tab in there. But the Holland stuff down here at the bottom, let's just go check out the bottom. See that bottom? Heavy red boy. And it's going more of the pure red boy, like Gator, coming by way of tab. You know what I'm saying? You see it? And again, when we see the Holland stuff, you always, it seemed like Bobby Holland was trying to really preserve his line because he always advertised his dogs in the journal. And because they were so greatly bred and preserved, Holland's dogs was really nice, preserved red boy dogs. No, we're going by the way of Bailey's Bingo a lot, but Bailey's Bingo is a good dog to run off of. But when you get down there in that 2007 range, you see how close to that 2007 to that 2005 when things started changing. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of these dogs that Holland's dogs was producing didn't get the real, cred from real old school dog man as myself. You know what I'm saying? This is a good preservation of good rare boy dogs. It's just what do you take with this stuff to make it like this back here? Are we losing this back here, all up here? How do we know? And then you're going to add more of that onto here. Because look at the top. Casinos too. Casino, oh, he's a prime example. So the top really plays a big part to the Holland's dogs. Because this right here would help that a whole lot to me. It helps it a whole lot. Why? I've always said this. This always seems to carry. This always seems to carry when you do these kind of things. This dog right here, this is the dog we had. There's Lumpy. The gator males. Let's see if his siblings there. I'm pretty sure they'll pop up. See them? There's one of them right there. There's a little mate brother that went 3 hours and 17 minutes come out this litter. Yep. And then this dog right here. Surprise. She was bred to, I think, Hardcore's dog. Yep, there she go. See? It was Kenshaw's hammer. That's what I was talking about. See that? And then you see, there we go again. Remember, we still haven't seen the dog that the litter mate, to Surprise, went 3 hours and 17 minutes. Did they get a line of dogs out of there? Yeah, they did. One, but two of them, but there they go. And I'm pretty sure, she got taken when she was one of the dogs on the yard that got taken, put down, so her career stopped. This guy here, the same guy here, he was a good dog. As you see, this was a picture of him when I won with him. I beat them. You see? What made it work? Everything. You got some of the best producing dogs in this pedigree for it not to work. That's all I'm saying. And for this female here, why wouldn't it have worked? You see that pedigree? Why wouldn't that have worked? Okay. That's how you make stuff move up, move on. What was his mindset when he did his breeding here? He knew what he had. He knew what he needed. Definitely was getting good dogs out the line of dogs because I tell y'all again, this dog was bred to this dog the day we bought her. Before that dog left James' yard, she was in heat. James took her and bred her to Gator. And sent us off with that female full of puppies. And this dog was right here in Tampa, Florida. And so was all these offsprings. Right here in Florida. Okay, Mike.
But Vlad said all the information just wasn't there.
Well, I figured that. I figured that. That's what I was saying. I figured that. And it's hard to analyze when you don't know.
Pit Dog said that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We don't know, but where I'm going with it. To the negative eye. You know what I mean? I'm talking about to the negative eye.
Big shout out to my man King T. Appreciate that, Vlad.
Rooster should have been a good producer. Even back then, I'd have been taking him. Me personally, I don't see why y'all don't take some Cunningham Boomer and add to some Sammy the Arab Boomer. I really think that shit will work. Both Boomers crossed in the one line of dogs. I really believe it will work. Give me a type bred Boomer dog, Sammy Boomer, and give me a Cunningham Boomer and breed them together, and I guarantee you, I think you can see some great dogs out of that. I haven't seen it much, if very little. But it would really be nice to see. Let's see if Boomer was ever crossed into a Cunningham Boomer. See no mouths? Attributes. All that heavy yellow and all that heavy Patrick, you gotta remember, it all goes back to each other in the long run. Side of Champion Butch, Reba, Gucci, Neckbone, Champion Judas, Lil Boomer, many other 1 and 2 time winners. Okay, let's see. Did we get some Cunningham in there anywhere? You think we're going to find, 12 pages? 12 pages on our hunt. Let's see if it ever happened. We see a lot of Pitt Island. Let's go check this one. These boys are straight out of New York. What did they do? They had a Chinaman to it. Well, that was a good one. I think you can add this stuff right here to Cunningham stuff and get the same results. To be honest, it's almost the same shit. But I want to see a boomer breeding. Anybody ever seen a boomer breeding? You can help me out. 12 pages is a lot of pages. Anything with some Cunningham boomer in it. Let's see what Pitt Island was doing over here. Let's move right here with Blondie. Nope, like Pit Stop. We ain't gonna find Cunningham in that. Might check and see if anybody got anybody that can. If we asking, we can. Did we ever get a boomer breeding? No, let me just pull up Boomer, Cunningham's Boomer, just so I can give you an idea of what it looked like. See, that's a red boy boomer there. That's a Cunningham boomer dog right there. Now imagine putting that boomer I'm gonna try to open up a whole new page. What happened to that pedigree I just had? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now here you go, right here. I found it. There you go. Now imagine putting that Imagine putting all this right here on top of this right here. Woo! You see what I'm saying? Put that right there on top of this right here. Y'all wouldn't tell me y'all wouldn't have some shit. Boomer breeding. Sammy, the Arab boomer, and Cunningham boomer. Imagine that. What a lovely cross. Yo, do I get agreements? Do I get any thumbs up for that one right there? You know? Well, we don't have no answers to why he stood the line. But for a cur, you know, he produced a one fine hell of a producing dog. Now just imagine it was to put some Sammy on top of all this. Imagine adding Sammy to this. They ain't all there, but just imagine if they was able to take some of Sammy and put Sammy on this shit. Breeding out. And Redman did produce some good ones too. He was all him. But breeding him out, you know, anytime you breeding him out, I mean, this is almost like taking this dog here and looking like G. And we still talking about Eli and them. You know, this down here, that's more red boy down here. Like I said, more Jeep type dogs. Producers do produce producing dogs. Take this little female, game loser. He took her and went and bred her. He came up with the red man dog. I mean, came up with who is this I'm looking at? Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, the infamous. Me, I would love to see a good red man cross or a good boomer cross bred into this cross. And there's a lot of these dogs still around. A lot of Pit Island dogs, you know, it's got the Sammy in it. And we still have Cunningham dogs that got the Cunningham boomer in it. But just think about it. If we was to if it ever was to come about, if anybody out there in the world still has some of this good type bred stuff, was to take the two boomers and put them together, I just honestly believe you'll see a whole new side of what Red Boy really can produce when you put it on top of each other. Uh-oh, we got a number. We got a number. Number alert. Somebody's getting ready to surprise the house. Give it to me. 905. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Dennis Oliver. Okay. Here's the Pit Island stuff. Let's go check out Tyson. Yeah, no Cunningham in there. I don't see no Cunningham, but hey, nice bread. But you see, you're gonna. This is a lot of Mayday Stone City here. Even though we see mechanic, the Jeep stuff, but we all know that the Mayday Stone City stuff worked with, you know, Jeep. That was definitely a good common factor that, you know, for working dogs. You know what Chico was not we talking about Chico Lopez, so I am definitely sure with his qualifications, fire in the hole. I believe that with his qualifications of just breeding dogs, and that's what he's selling. But got good crosses in there. But that's still a Stone City Mayday cross does work. And this bottom side right here, remember I bought me one right off a mechanic. Her name was The Mechanic. Was her name. She was off a mechanic, and she was mechanic was bred to a dog named Jackal. Yeah, and she was supposed to be that one. I got her specifically to breed, make that same type of breeding Stone City stuff, the Stone City Mayday stuff. I got her specifically to take her and breed her back into Buck Rogers and them. She didn't make it, Bebe killed her. But yeah, I can see this working pretty good. It's gonna bring you some good producing dogs because it come from pretty strong, producing lion bred of dogs. Now, anytime you go with Chico with these fairy tales, it's just really hard to really fathom what Chico does. The GOAT, Chico Lopez. I mean, he's really funny. You know what I mean? It's a definite fact that it works, but let's go see. He definitely produced 42 dogs. The RM goes right along with the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Again. Let's see how this one worked out. This is unknown. Okay, yeah, here's one. Nine, 7, 15. Spain, Italy, and Spain. And anytime we dealing with Chico, you already know what's up. We ain't gonna be having it over here in this United States. That's for sure. But here's a Holland breeding cross with it. You see what I'm saying? Anytime we dealing with Chico, the only story we can really tell is his story. They go by many names.
My man Dennis Oliver said, I've been wanting you to check my pedigrees out for the longest. I just did that breeding.
Which one?
The one the one we started with.
Okay. Well, you got something to look forward to. The only thing is, you gotta erase what you're seeing, especially when we're talking about Chico Lopez, and just go on what you see, because that's gonna tell you if Chico been lying. You know, you should have enough backing power, not just in him, but his production worth. His production worth. Can we make Chico a truth teller or can we make Chico a liar? Because the dogs are bred good. You just got to see what the results are. Oliver is definitely bred to produce. But again, I'm not a fan of Chico and his international bullshit. Chico got so mad at everybody buying his dog and trying to match him and they was losing. He started trying to make people sign paperwork. You will not fight this dog. So the dog got out there and lost. I told you I don't sell dogs for doing dogs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So just keep that thought in mind. But he definitely produced some pretty dogs. That's for damn sure. Yeah, that's a good one to feed. And that'll tell you, you'll be able to come back in a couple of years. Hopefully I'm still around and tell me, twin, you was right. Or twin, you know what? You was wrong. And you know me, anytime I start pulling up pedigrees, I'm looking for the dog of the night. And he definitely produced pretty good looking dogs. That happens when you put dogs on the concrete a lot. Good, nice looking dog. That's bad when they. Good one right here. If you can find one better, it might be that one wasn't for Chico. Let's see this one here. This one. Champion Chico, 2019. Okay. You see where we at on that? Open for stud in Europe. If those crosses are supposed to work, guys, they definitely supposed to work because we took our Stone City stuff and made a stuff and crossed it into Beetlejuice and Pretty Mama, and it worked just fine. So it can work. You know what I mean? So
Glad I couldn't pull up that other pedigree because it wouldn't let me go in.
okay. As you can see, when you're breathing into the now, it's like, you got to do it and know what you feed. Only the guys that's got this stuff and know what they feed can stand up and bring to the front, what they're getting in return. And that's what moves it forward. Because you can take these pretty pedigrees and keep stacking them and get great pedigrees. But are they the pedigrees of the past? Or are they pedigrees of the future? Because the past is what got you to where you're at now. Now you have to take what you have now to take into the future. Now, are you taking to the future the same quality of dogs that brought you from the past to the dog that you're using to carry to the future? See, that's the question. A lot of that has been done throughout the years. Yet we're still going back 20 years to point out dogs of the past that we're trying to get rid of and try to say it's something totally new. We don't want something totally new because usually it's something from back here that made it new. It has to work like the old to be the new. So I think it was okay. Mm-hmm. Me personally, I always felt like when you breed the dogs of the day, there's just so many things and so many factors that you're breeding into. Remember, you don't have the competition scale anymore. You don't have the competition references anymore. So you really have to go on what you feed. And one thing for damn sure, a lot of these dogs do make good show dogs. Not being funny either, but hey, if that's what's in, then that's what you use, and that's what you go with. You know what I'm saying? If you're not trying to talk about what was done over 20 years ago in the now, then the expectations, you shouldn't be trying to find what was being done 20 years ago. Because you don't have the sources or the resources to make that happen. Just make it a great show dog. And that's just keeping it real. Because the basement gonna tell you the truth. And if you got gargles or somebody that comes out of the dungeon every once in a while, you know what I mean, and you get a whiff of it and it fits your need, then jump on it. If that's what you're looking for. Just constantly remember, those who speak of these things in the now, we're not dealing with the same circumstances and consequences that we were dealing with back then. There was a whole lot going on back then. There's not a whole lot going on now. So there's a big gap between now and then. There's a wonder why you want to forget about the then, because it makes the now look bad. And it gives the now a question mark. That are they throwing the old away to bring in the new and getting rid of the old because of the comparison doesn't match? So it's better to, to down the past and concentrate on the now. And when you look at the now, you know what I'm saying? And look at it right there, because they want you to stay right there. And they want you to believe that they are the new. But how did you get up to this point? Don't look back here. Because if you look back there, guess what you're going to find? A whole lot of shit that was back then. It looked it real good. But you lost so much of it if I look at it now. I don't see what I see then, now. It's not the same type of dogs. Don't get mad about it. Just study it and just be honest to yourself. It's what you're doing. It's all that counts. You're the one got to feed it, and clean it, and all that other good stuff. Is it bred good or is it good? The only person who know that is the person feeding the yard.
All right, fellas. Help me out here. Help me out.
Yeah, not one of my better days was pointing out things, because there's really not a lot of greatness up in here. When we start digging into the now, you know what I'm saying? That's why I hate digging into the now. You know what I'm saying? Especially me. Because I know the disadvantages that's being used in today's now is hard. You know, I can pull up the dog of the decade. I can pull up the dogs that was competing. And you're going to see these are the dogs that got a little light on them from being in the dark and came up to the light, you know. The when and wheres and all that is just a part of history, and we don't know if it's real or not type of thing, you know, but these are the results of that. And you look at the pedigrees and you say, okay, I can see that. I can see why. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Oliver said, what if we take his boomer into Cunningham's boomer?
That would be, I mean, I'm trying to tell you. You know, that would be something very interesting, man. I mean, to be honest, for real. And there's some Cunningham boomer dogs out there. You know, we just didn't dig in and show you we see a lot of Sammy boomer. And we do see our share of Cunningham boomer. But we don't see the two boomers coming together. And that's a perfect little lineup of Red Boy dogs. It really is. It's better than the Holland shit. Bobby Holland and them, they were selling Red Boy dogs. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't running numbers like Cunningham, and they wasn't running numbers like Sammy. They was running numbers with pretty pedigrees. You know? Y'all can say that Cadillac stuff was some good stuff. Well, it looked at, when I seen it in the journals back in the day, it was just, you want a nice Red Boy dog? Bobby Holland got them crossed up real nice. But you want some bulldogs, you better go talk to Sammy Boomer and Cunningham Boomer when it comes to those type of dogs. I mean, when you're talking about nice inbred Red Boy dogs.
All right, fellas, help me out. You know, it's Friday night. I still got 43 people in here. It don't take many to make it look good. Give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Muscles,
muscles, muscles. Now, give me some damn roses.
Come on.
Roses.
Come on. We need them damn roses.
Hey, let me tell y'all, before we check out of here, I want to thank everybody who participated in the poll tonight. We had 106 people who voted. Appreciate the love. Poll question was, what you know about the game American Pit Bull Terrier? Can you grade the quality of the game American Pit Bull Terrier without competition? We had 12% that said yes, and 88% that said no.
I'm not the only one to feel like that.
I'm just wondering about the 12%.
I'm just trying to figure out the 12%.
I just need to hear from that 12%, man. That's all.
Right. You know, well, the schoolboy said you couldn't. That's that 12% guaranteed. You know, you heard schoolboy say it, so you're going to ride with it. You know, the numbers speak for themselves. And usually the numbers speak for themselves. It's really hard to fathom that, you know, so much was done back then in blood and sweat. You know what I'm saying? Where there was a winner and there was a loser. You know, and definitely when you're doing that with so many numbers, there's going to be a cleansing. And if your shit ain't right, you're going to be cleansed. There was so much of it out there going on. There was no way that you would have a great yard and not want to compete with that yard. Or somebody coming to see it to check your yard other than yourself. That's what it was boiling down to back then. It was a frenzy. You better not sit there and say you got one, because you know you never know where that shark coming from. And if you're trying to stay close to home, remember your dog is only good as the competition is in your area. He might be beating great competition for your area. But what happens when, you know, that killer come through?
Well, you know, Mo, it was a whole lot of ducking back then.
It was a lot of ducking back then. I'm going to tell you the truth. I told you about Backstreet. Now, they might be foul, call me twin, that's a foul, but I'm just keeping it real with you. Just keeping it real with you. You know, some of them dogs, man, you know, you start looking back in there, you start seeing them L's, them visitors, them aliens was sneaking in. Let me kick everybody out before all my shit start losing. You know, save something. You got to save something. And that's the truth. You know, I'm telling you straight from the horse's mouth. I know. I had a little good friend. I hate to tell you the story. I hope he's out by now. But my little friend that came out of St. Louis, he was real cool with him. But, you know, he always said, you know, he seen for himself when he tried to put us on him, you know, how they behaved. So he really lost a lot of, you know, because he messed up and told him who he was. He shouldn't have never said nothing and got it set up and did like I told him, let it be you. It'd be more possible for you to do it before he realized, you know, what's up, we there. You know, deal with it on the deck. But no, he wants to go ahead and brag about it because he had some dogs from us. And the door got slammed in his face. But he had got busted. And when they gave him his sentence, you know, he fainted right there in the courtroom. And when he woke up, he ain't in the courtroom no more. They got him back there in the back, you know. But when they gave him his sentence, he fainted. And then he called when he did wake up, and they got him back to, you know, where he was, back to his sleeping spot. You know, he called us and he told us what happened. And you know, I hated to laugh the way he said it, but he said, man, he almost said it word for word the way the judge was talking, how he built up to where he was going to give him a sentence. It took him 5 minutes to lead into the sentence he hit me with. You know, he talked about 5 minutes, and then he finally said these words, and he heard that number, and he just couldn't believe the number he put on him. 15 years. Hit him so hard, I think that by the time he got to 5, he was asleep. I think when the team came out, the team part, he was already down. He had me rolling though, but he was really hurt. Never had a charge, never got in no type of trouble, not even a traffic ticket. But for that little trouble he got into, messing around, dealing with somebody who wasn't legit, he ended up playing with that person twice. You get double tapped, you know, that tap, that just add more to your case against you. He got tapped twice by the same person. So he didn't really have no maneuver room. And, you know, that's how it is. You know, the dope game and the dog game, they ain't gonna never mix. The only reason the dope game is involved in the dog game because of the gambling. It's the gamble. If you get back away from the gamble, you'll get a lot of the dope out the game. You know what I'm saying? We're not downing the guys and what they do on their personal time. But when it comes to the game, the relationship between the dog game and the drug game is only there because of the gamble. And when you're gambling with that kind of money and then you got other gamblers just doing the same thing, it's just a matter of time where the community is going to turn into a terrible thing. They're going to always relate dog fighting and drugs. And they're not lying. They're not lying. I think 90% of the guys that get busted over dogs are carrying drug charges. You know, back then when James and them and Atlas and them was getting busted and stuff like that, they was getting busted for dog fighting, and it was nothing but a misdemeanor. When you started injecting the dope game into it, it went from a misdemeanor to a felony. You start adding more drugs and more money to the dog game, now we're dealing with federal. All because of that other element. The other element. And it's not going to work. You know, the days of doing it the wrong way is only for those who understand the consequences. If you understand the consequences, don't go playing somewhere knowing that other element, there's always that other element that makes it hard for you to get a fair chance when it comes to standing in front of a system or something that used to be a misdemeanor charge. The dog fights haven't changed. The laws did. And it's because of that other factor that was added to that. It's not the same factor that Earl Tudor and them was dealing with back in their time. There's a new factor to all that. And that's what we're living in now. There's big consequences to taking those type of chances to prove a point that you got a badass dog.
Maurice, I see you, fam. Appreciate the love, fam.
So I guess we'll end it right there, man.
Pedigree! Appreciate the love, fam. King T, I see you, fam.
He says, yes. When he's saying all that, somebody must be doing some hands up and all that good stuff.
Big love, Johnny Rocket, as always, fam.
Remember, a lot of this stuff is just educational. And it's educational to bring insight to a time, man, that, you know, how you going to grade what you trying to do now if you don't carry what was so important back then. Same thing in my case. I would have never, ever, ever, ever had the opportunity that I had back then now. I wouldn't have that same opportunity now. It's because one of the damn reasons because it's not worth the risk. And I think that's what a lot of other guys is really saying. Those guys are players already taking risks doing other things. You ever think about it like that? That's what it is. You have another element to that. So there's already risk takers out there that don't mind taking the risk. And those risk takers, they really have money to go out and buy what they want to compete. They're already taking risk anyway, and we see it all the time when they get knocked. And a lot of those lines stop right there. They might have been taking the risk, had great dogs, but then as soon as that element came into play, they lost their money in the dogs, in the freedom, in the history to be made. All stops right there. So yes, you're not going to have the same kind of dogs, guys. Not in the numbers that we were playing with back then. Yes, it's a difference. We're not going to take a dog here, a dog there. Let's talk about the overall picture. The overall picture is, it's obvious. It cannot be the same. It cannot be better. It's not enough to be able to weigh the difference. The ratio is not the same to even to test the temperature and the measurement. You guys got to understand that. No, Mike?
Well, time for me to get my little song going here.
Remember, guys, think about it. It gives you a lot to think about, especially when you feed in the value of a chain space. You want to be able to move through your career without losing your yard. And for those dark dwellers that's already taking the risk, we know why you take the risk. And we ain't mad at you. Just understand the consequences and just be safe. Don't know who you are, don't know where you're at, don't know when you're doing it. Just telling you to be safe. Be careful.
All right, fellas. This Friday night, hot mic Friday, damn, it was hot. I was sweating up in here for a minute. Hey, big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank.
Especially the ones that participated.
Well, there was a whole lot of participating going on. Appreciate the love, fam. Hey, look, the way we started this whole conversation and the way Mo breaks it down, hopefully, y'all understand where we coming from. Because it's kind of like our opinion, but it's not like we're not young no more. You understand what I'm saying? So I guess we fall in that old school category. I don't know if it's the amount of years we was in the game, or is it because of our age? There might be some 40, 50 years olders out there that ain't been in the game maybe 5 to 10 years. But I can truly say we got about 30 years under our belt. 30 plus. So take the information, utilize it. One more time, grab my books back there, Mo. I'm going to keep telling y'all. I'm going to keep saying this. And look, fellas. The fellas, they don't pay us to do this. They don't give us any money to represent them. Schoolboy, he gave us these. Look at all these books here. I'm just pulling them up. Look. I might find them harder. All these were by way of, all these was from a man.
Yeah, I'm on 2.
You go back.
Which one of these come up some? It's a little light.
A little light on the end. But all this is by way of my man Schoolboy. And he's got many more books. Cannot forget about Fat Bill. Look, it's a USB drive that he hooked us up with. It's got all the American Game Dog time. And y'all seen the wheels, done stories out of them. Care what y'all say.
I got the book.
He hooked us up. But look, hey man, that's history right there.
Y'all need to really.
Y'all really need.
It is so entertaining. It's entertaining to me now.
Even now.
Yeah.
You ever just pick one up and just read? I mean, I know, I guess the cheap way at all is come to hear us talk about it. But let me tell you something, man. If you want to hide something from somebody, they used to say, if you want to hide something from people, put it in a book. And that's the truth. Because most people feel like they take the cheap way out. You know what I mean? Google it. Or pay it online type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But these guys put time and effort. Fat Bill got years of doing what he did. You know, I mean, I'm a fan of the Crenshaw stuff, but that's where we started at. I mean, going hard come from going like Barney. You know, that's where we get our name from. I like the story. You know, I used to love Searchy Jeff, the story on Searchy Jeff.
It's so hard, he breaks shit. Okay, we need some
high bar shit like Searchy Jeff.
Yeah.
I mean, we got all that information from reading them books. But we graduated, fellas, from them books to the real life situation. Because remember, there's a big break in there. You know, we talk about all these other guys, but you don't see their books. You know, you see a lot of old Don Mayfield and Pat Patrick, you know, interviews, but, you know, if you really wanted to know how they were as people, you would really have to know them. You know, the interview don't really show who they really were. It's like everybody who's sitting in front of a camera, y'all really don't know who we and him really are. You can only judge us based on what you see. And that's what interviews do. But this shit right here, you can get in there and find the real and study.
Read the matches and go in and then pairs online some of these dogs. All these champions and all these books, pairs online them.
And see what they did after they matched time. You know what I mean? Right. It's just good information because to be a student of the game makes you a better representative of the game when you get older. Because you'll be able to sit down and know and do the things that we did over the years to be able to move forward to help the next. Because like they always told us, whatever you do, when they give us stuff like this, to always pass it forward. We ain't had the energy to sit down and write a book, man. Not like we don't have a book that we could put together. I mean, we got everything for a book. It's kind of hard to do, and that's why I appreciate this right here. Because
I wish I could do this.
Yes.
I have a hell of
got a hell of a story. But you know what? This is not easy. With Fat Bill and all the other guys and Crenshaw and all them, Frank Rocker, oh man, that right there, hey.
Oh, Stevens and them, yeah, all that. Yeah,
hey, Dan Farron, man, look, it takes a lot to do that. But all we're trying to do is tell you, if you don't do nothing but have it in your library, and every once in a while, just pick it up and read it. It will make you a better dog person.
Yeah, I will have a whole chapter on Victor.
Oh yeah. Oh, we can have a
whole story on Victor
alone.
Yeah.
No, who else? There's a whole bunch of them, man. I have one on
Mile. I got
on the Abraham,
Big Rob,
man, we can
Looney,
have, I mean, some of
Sean B,
the Bishop,
LaFon. These guys, man, you know all of them.
well, I mean, come
They
on.
would all be in my book. All
The
of
stories.
them. The stories.
Funny guys, good guys, knowledgeable dog man. Tony Rogers.
Yeah.
Can't forget him. How
All my
Cash.
boys all up in Rochester. Y'all know who y'all is. Rock City, all y'all, man. You know.
Can't forget my Cleveland family.
Yeah, Cleveland family. Yeah.
My DMV family. Can't forget them.
Can't forget y'all.
Look, man, look.
I have a book, man.
It would be. I don't know. We would have to do it in just.
We would have to have a whole bunch of sets. We'd probably have 4 or 5
volumes and shit. You know what I mean? But I think it would
have a story for all y'all about every one of them.
great dog, man.
Hell on earth.
Hell on
earth.
Untouchables.
Yeah, I do make like Iceman, Harry Power with Amber and Termite.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the stories, man, is just unbelievable. But just to be able to just do this right here, all I'm saying is support them, man.
Yeah, support them.
Because they did take the time to do it, and I feel like every chance I get, I want to make sure that I do our part by passing it forward and getting you guys to understand this does help.
Yeah, I mean, got some of the past, man. I mean, y'all so hung up in the now. It's like, man, there's so much in the past here, fellas. It's safe for you to look into and learn.
And will help you, because there's really nothing that we did that hadn't already been done. We just got to be mad scientists and we got better at it. I mean, Mo didn't just pick up a book and all of a sudden he knows what he knows. Do you know how many pedigrees him and our KP had to go through? It was no need for me to sit down and watch them argue, because me as a third party would have made it worse. So I would just sit back and I'm gonna just handle this part over here. That's just the way we did things. But for you guys, I'm just telling you, there's so many stories, there's so much that you can learn. And then all you gotta do is just support the facts. And the fact is, they actually did it. So support it. Big shout out to Fat Bill again, you know, because, hey,
I love his book.
I love his books.
I mean, his books are so thick.
They thick.
They thick.
He even got an interview book.
Yeah.
You still got them available, man. Hit him up. Support the man. Again, because
you see, I collected them. I'm glad I got them. And then Lil Rock.
Can't forget my man Lil Rock.
Yeah, thanks to Lil Rock, I was able to get the 99 yearbook. I mean, not the yearbook, but the whole year. He gave me the whole collection along with the 2000 yearbook that had Bratton Pretty Mama's championship history in there, where I was able to show y'all their certificates and stuff. So that was big shout out to Lil Rock.
Right, because we used to have all the books.
Right.
And they took them from the raid and then never give them back.
I used to have all of them.
All of them. So, look, support the community, and especially them old guys that try to kick under the bus and feel like they can't tell you nothing.
It's like you're throwing away the information they offering.
They're offering it. And I just think it's necessary, man. Support it. And even if it's nothing but to just have it. Because if you have it,
it's going to be like gold down the line.
One day it might be worth a whole lot of money.
The feelings is, me, I was involved, so, these mean everything to me.
Hey, remember the Crenshaw, what that Crenshaw book you had?
Yeah, I had the first 100.
One of the first 100, and he had it signed, and then, the books was numbered.
Yeah, they were numbered, yeah.
And he looked out for it. And guess what, y'all? Didn't have to pay for it either. He sent it. That's how good we was in with the boys in the game. So things like that, man, that we hold strong to heart. So pass it down. Support the channel. Big shout out to everybody who supported us, doing things out. You already know, Cash App situation. You already know, got any questions, hit the email. But one thing that I want everybody to know about us: age is just a number. You know what I'm saying? But what you got right here in your heart is like that damn bulldog. The real bulldog, he gonna always.
Always.
I mean, a bad one, he gonna always. Hey. Scratch the wind. Y'all know what's happening all the time.
Eye on the prize.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Eyes on the prize.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
I got to get back to selling my merchandise and everything. Here lately, we've been going. Our medical issues have really just stopped us from doing a lot. Actually, took a lot out of us. So, y'all forgive us. But the thing is, check it out. We still showing up.
I still got boxes of the David Morris stuff.
I got Dickie stuff still sitting in there. Hey, it's my fault, fellas. Because it's like I be trying to tell y'all really don't understand. I had a wife who was dealing with breast and lung cancer. That means she's doing radiation and chemo at the same time. I cannot cook. You know what I mean? All my children are grown. But yet we still show up and show out. I got heart issues. You know, imagine all that. But you know, we ain't here to complain about it. And I ain't using it as an excuse. But I am a man of my word. Because I did tell you, I still got that stuff here. And hopefully God permit that one day I get a chance to really take care of that business. Because right now I have something that's more important. I try to say, well, y'all still show up here. This is one of them things that's important. So the day that we stop showing up like this, and the feeling ain't there to do it no more, I'm not gonna feel bad when it's time to walk away. I'm not. And so, keeping that thought in mind, y'all know where we gonna be at Tuesday. Until then, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Stay safe. You know what I'm saying? And
Stay real.
keep it real. And we gonna be out of here. I don't know if you had a dog in the night yet, man.
I didn't have that dog in the night, Mike.
What happened?
Man, because I'm not leaving. I can't put Chico up there.
Oh, we're
No,
gonna
we're
get
not
Chico
gonna
this
get
butt.
No.
You don't want to get Chico.
No, he is.
Well,
It's not right.
hit the boomer, dog.
Yeah, look, where's Boomer?
Hit the boomer.
I'm gonna
dog.
get the Sammy the Boomer.
Get Sammy the boomer.
Sammy the
man.
Boomer.
Show her some love.
Yeah, I'm going with Sammy the Boomer. Okay, now I gotta find something. Hold on, guys. Up here.
There you go.
We're going with this dog right here, y'all. The dog of the night right here. We're going with dog of the night. That's right. Sammy the Arab's Boomer. Yeah. See that mouth? Look at that mouth, y'all. Looking like a Mayday mouth. See that the dog with them kind of jaws, boy? All that beefy mouth. Believe me, man, you feel it when they hit you. Yeah. We out. Deuces. That heavy baby bingo.
You still on that baby boat?
I like that baby.
You like that baby?
I like that same baby too now.